Don't do it. You don't want my phone? Yeah, Poopy? Well, get one. Okay. Fries are on the way. More fries? Okay. Be here soon, okay? Okay. Yeah. You gotta make lunch. You and Bubba, Sushi. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay. Alright. Rory. Stop. Stop! Good.
Welcome back. Major 2 qualifiers are live. It's day 1 and already Toronto with the first win in the books. Now we have our second match ready, and it's the other team from that World Championship Finals, the team that won the 2023 World Championship. Subliners are going up against the Royal Ravens here, now playing for Carolina.
Yeah, and the Subliners, they just got to get a lot better. I mean, you're talking about New York Subliners, a team that brought in Sid thinking that they were going to pack a punch, and it has not been great. Their hard point needs to improve, and in this series, we're seeing a sub base, which is a map that they haven't played too often.
All right, let's take a look at these maps and modes. Ali, break it down for me. What are you seeing? How close can this series be?
Well, I know we're playing on a new patch, but if you remember back in Major 1, New York got sent down by Carolina, and we do have that same map number 2, Invasion, Search, and Destroy. So I am worried when it comes to New York simply because they're not very strong in those games 2 and 5.
Nameless, are you surprised to see Rio there as the ban for Search and Destroy from the Subliners?
Not particularly, but what I'm surprised about, Chris, is that Rio made it through and neither team picked it, especially New York. That's a map I expect them to be good at in Hardpoint. It made it through in Hardpoint. They didn't decide to pick it. They actually picked Subbase, which is a map that they're 0-1 on. So clearly they made some strides there in practice.
All right, it's time to make our pick'ems official. The Scuff Pick'em is in for Chris Puckett as I choose the team that I always do from New York City. It's the Subliners.
That's fair. Is that kind of slight bias because you live there?
I think so, yeah. And I'm wearing their shirt today. Thanks, guys.
I am going to go. I need to try and catch up to you guys, so I'm going to go for the underdog in this series and go Carolina Royal Ravens.
Royal Ravens?
Yeah.
That is not a bad pick, especially after seeing the maps. It just seems like New York, but I'm going to go with New York anyways. I think New York take it. Too much talent on that team.
Royal Ravens? Let's see where the fans are at. All right, Allie's chance to catch up. Otherwise, we're pulling away. We got your casters on the mic for this one. Bryce, Chance, how you guys doing?
Very good, thank you. Much like a bad smell, I am back once again, but yes, delighted to be with Chance for this one. A little bit of a revenge matchup, New York versus the Ravens.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one as well, because I know for Carolina, like, the dust is finally settled. You've, like, found your, like, maybe not finalized roster, but the finalized roster, and now you can actually take the time to get some experience and repetitions in. I know for Carolina specifically, they basically went into the major without any real S&D scrim time practice, so I know that's certainly going to be a focal point for these guys going into this new qualifying stage. And, of course, on the flip side, your world champs that plays top 12, I obviously have high expectations for these guys to bounce back, but they do have to prove it.
Yeah, they certainly do, and it can be a long way back to the top. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen a New York roster do exactly that, as both teams now dive into the sub base. It's been an interesting kind of turn of events all the way from Boston to here, with the new patch hitting new maps and new opportunities on that road to Miami.
And, you know, new opportunities is always a great time to maybe lose yourself on the new map. I know a couple key rotations are really just that P3 is going to be the biggest difference maker. Of course, the new sub hill altered as well. But I'd say this is a map that plays like fairly similarly to how it was before, just with like two sort of big differences. But we're not there yet. We're still on P1. We're New York Subliners. Absolute stranglehold on the map. They have everything covered. They have a very comfortable rotation. Skies and Hydra set up, ready to go.
And that's what they want. Good thing there's been a lot of soul searching in this camp since Boston. It's never good for the World Championships to have a bad first outing, but they're looking to prove to everybody here in this next split that maybe that was just a bit of a fluke or a trip up in their journey for the rest of the season. And right now, they're doing exactly that. It looks all one-sided to the Subliners.
Yeah, this is quite literally perfect. I mean, they had every single cut pushed out. You get the top warehouse control. Carolina have now spent 30 seconds just trying to work through the middle of the map. And even if you open yourself up with a few gunfights, Kismet, the Thorn in their side, in the back pocket there to shoot you in the back. And I mean, this is just easy pickings for the players around the hill. Hydra might slide out and chow, but that's just because his teammates are comfortable inside at the time. And this is going to be a perfect full 60. I don't even know if TJ is going to be able to contest it for a moment. So, yep, just about every single second collected. And obviously with a lead like this, Carolina do have the rotation. They need to respond. Those 2 kills are not going to be the good start. Good news, though, at least the players spawn in the back.
Opportunity here for the Ravens. Have to hold. You can already see the players dropping in. Hydra from the top row, but Skies will get the second one as well. One player left alive. Only TJ to keep them at bay as all the Ravens are falling. Fortunately, a good spawn, but splits for them as well. The pressure's still mounting here for the Ravens, and TJ will eventually fall. But with Felony here at the back, they still have an opportunity, but an opportunity blown away by the wind. But TJ now spawning here as well, Juds.
Yeah, round 2 now for TJ to go against Sib. First time the headset was what costed him, and that time just gunny. Sib gonna drop him, and that is now 3 hills in a row where New York Subliners effectively able to do whatever they want. So brand new look at that new hill. Subliners clearly have just a leg up on that category. As the slang right now out of control, Sib has died a single time. Kismet has only died twice. Might have jinxed him for the moment, but here in the cruise off of the first 2 hills, now it's time for it to do some damage. Should be a guarantee on the players outside, so Felony gonna meet his early demise, soften up the push, get some power positions in. Subliners swarming around the new hill.
And they're ready for this one as well. That crew's so crucial now with the trophies being nerfed against it. You can see the Ravens desperately trying to hold on it. It's a great hold eventually. The kind of hold they needed with 40 seconds left back onto this hill. And they've pushed out as well. This is great for them now. The Subliners finally getting a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, this is finally, like, you know, the great news. Signs of life. Just give them something around that hill. Get the kills flowing your way. TJ going on a 3 spree as well. His gun's been a little bit slow, and maybe Felony can be that next guy in line to start to pop off just a little bit. For the final 20 seconds, see Clayster. Old man's got the moves, sets his teammates up for the kills, and that's a 3-man wipe as well on the rotation. TJ now in prime position to play for the spawners. 2 guys going to come into his line of sight, or Sib ahead of the game. Make sure you take down that key man. Now Subliners back to about a 50-50 face smash into the new hill.
We're massively outnumbered here. Stays alive and gets one. Eventually falls to Sky, who picks the perfect pixel. And now you can see that the Ravens are struggling. They have lost control of this one. TJ going to be the furthest ahead. Wants to wait for some teammates, though. The trades will not be in his favor. As New York, they lock this in.
And again, for the way that that started to him, TJ in the power position, things could have spiraled out of control. Now Carolina investing the cruise missile, does pick up an extra kill, but Sib again just on a kills front on this hill has been keeping his team in it. The initial kill he finds on TJ, and then even with the cruise rolling through, picks up 2 more. So this is a hill Subliners should have been massively behind on. Instead, they turn it into a positive, and I mean, maybe the signs of life from Carolina have slowed down a touch. They're going to pick up a nice little feed, though, so they've up the odds. It's going to be about, what, a 40-point game after that first set of rotations. So Carolina, a little bit more work to get in the mix. And Clayster, another kill. He will get a cruise.
I think the key changing point in this one is the Ravens. Their teamwork has looked much better as this game has gone on, starting to fight back every single step of the way. But these next few kills could determine P1. Keep an eye on Clayster. He is playing for position only, just making sure he can do something, but already being tagged up. Will have to dip away here with 19 health.
And keep in mind, for the dipping away, he does need to get this cruise missile, right? They are massively impactful on the new patch. Trophies no longer stop them. So you want to take your time to play for it. Clayster took his time and he got it. So there are absolutely a few different hills on this map. Cruise missiles now can have a massive impact on. And then the actual impact on the hill, Carolina getting this time. 4 players right now from New York Subliners, maybe just 3, working their way towards those P2 spawns. Trying to make sure they stop the bleeding. You exchange a bit of time on P1, but you want to make sure you win this rotation, and Felony trying to take it from them. That's a good start.
This is where they fell last time, just weren't able to get anything going, but they are here. They do have the numbers. Couple of the Subliners already in, though. Kismet does not turn, and they clean house. Back to spawn you go, Subliners. Time to run the gauntlet.
Yeah, no one's made it on the cross just yet. You see Subliners taking their time, trying to group up together, doing it as a complete unit. Gonna be Skies and Hydra leading that charge, and maybe Hydra even thinking about the flank or go for the double doors. Felony's gonna meet him just to slow him down. Kill's going to Carolina's way for the moment. You see, still have New York Subliners just towing at it. People in the doors, people on the flanks looking for to get the timing right. The comms, though, for Carolina on point. You read the flank, you get the kills, you shut them down, and now, for the first time this map, basically, Carolina Ravens, they have the lead.
Oh, but still my beating heart. A lead change now for these two teams. And the Ravens last time, they made an absolute mess of the rotation. They're going to have to find something a little bit better here. And this really could go either way, Chance.
Yeah, and I mean, Carolina, again, the comms had to be on point for this hill to read the flank. So let's go to a quick listen in and just confirm.
I went left, You want me to hit left?
Yeah, I'm popping right now.
I don't want to shake on this. I don't want to shake myself.
Another one low P5. Dante on the stairs.
One shot low stairs. Save one shot low stairs.
I gotta run back left. I'm just staying alive.
He's on top. Yo, P2.
Caesar weekend time.
I'll pop P2, bro.
P2. Kismet one shot A2.
2 in time.
One shot
Caesar and
A2.
Paco. Then one's top on me. Dante dead. There's 2 in time. He chopped me off.
I'm gonna
It's
go mid.
Hydra and
Still be good A2. Don't forget.
I hear you with P5 from rapping.
Light on you, bro. Light weak. Running around flat.
Back out. One shot on me. Dead.
Nice, good up.
Two.
Could be top
Sib.
P5.
Sib. Missing Sib and
Yeah, I'm getting top.
Paco.
I'm getting top. I'm getting top.
Let me go for it. I'm holding mid.
He's
Careful
left.
the water route. Careful. Sib and Hydra.
Did you kill that guy?
Yeah, kill him.
No.
Okay.
Nice. Yo, careful water routes here, bro.
Yeah, we're missing some.
I have a streak still. I have a streak.
They could.
One is done left.
Can you hold my low P5?
Holding your left. I have your left. They could be in water though. He's on me mid P1. Fuck.
P1 our
I'm
side.
backing up. I'm backing up.
anything for me?
Like, I'm gonna spawn out, bro.
I'm gonna have your
No.
mid lane.
I didn't know.
Let's
I'm
go
coming back to the hill.
front,
I'm coming back to the hill for you.
He's pumping 2 guys.
Shooting me from mid map, mid lane or something. Mid lane or something.
I'm on one. Mid lane again. There's two. I got one. I'm on two mid lane. Two mid lane.
One mid lane.
Inner lockers, 1 shot.
Standard bottom single, gonna chow you.
I spawned out.
T,
Two
just
mid low.
below.
Two mid low.
In
He's been low on
lockers.
you
In
weak.
lockers.
He's been
What's
low on
up,
you weak.
computers?
Slow
There's
down.
two counters on me. There's two front
Dead top
cat room.
computers.
Two front cat room.
Go, tell me right.
Spawning me out, bro. They're spawning me out.
I just one shot cat room.
One cat room
One
with top
shot
computers.
loading kids. One shot loading kids.
Cat room with top computers.
Fine,
One top
absolute. Back
computer.
right.
Well, I'm streaking. Stay alive front.
Trying to.
And with the Carolina comms, you can hear despair bleeding into the edge of their voices. They knew they had lost that hill at the last point. But over to the rotation we go. A very close game still between them. This is now a slug match between the New York Subliners and the Carolina Royal Ravens.
Yeah, and Kismet's going to be the player on new to meet Carolina as well. He was the thorn on their side on the previous hill. Absolute nuisance. And now towards new, you're going to have Subliners in control of the hill first with that 30-point lead. So Carolina, there is not a lot of time to waste. You need to get these kills quick.
They went for it, and Quinn's going to find Hydra before he can get away. TJ will find a second one as well. They're going to get the first initial bit of time here onto this. Clayster already moving up, trying to make a nuisance of himself. Who does he find? Who does he see? Eventually will find Kismet. Does make that first kill as well, and they are making things difficult now for New York! And eventually he will fall, but Body still in favor of the Carolina Royal Ravens.
Oh, look at these spawns, though. Yeah, Clay just comes off spawn and gets shot in the back 2 seconds in. So you got a 2-front war right now Carolina trying to deal with. TJ, Felony, and Gwyn, though, they lock it down. It's Sib last man standing. Can't get the freebies. Gwyn's going to read it, and that is a 4 spree on time. Gwyn is out here making plays.
Lock in. Kismet's gone Aquaman. He's going for the break by himself. Clayster must need to be aware of this, but no, already got one. Flies out towards the back, and will that be enough here onto this P1 as well? Ravens have the lead, but not the position.
And Gwyn gets dealt with as well. So there you go. Yeah, they're going to have the positions. They're going to have the spawns. You're going to be able to control this. This is a P1 where they technically could win off of this hill. You have long-term, though. Clayster's taking a route just to try to open up the spawns. He gets turned on. Kismet guns him in the feed, and now it's all guns forward. Players coming through glass. Not a place you always want to flood. It is just going to be a slugfest back and forth. Hydra going to be playing for these errant kills. The time is white, which means we are going to be going towards new, but still, with those left side spawns under control for New York Subliners, they still have an edge in this game.
They've got off of it now, so it certainly will be. I don't know if they've got the tick for this, but it's going to be very, very close. But Hydra just making a nuisance of himself. You are right. This is all about the rotation now. Both teams are going to be sweating buckets. Every kill important. Every movement must be perfect. Sib finds 2 as well, and that could be enough.
And again, even Clay gets caught. That is like hero play after hero play. Carolina just desperate for someone to make it through. Gwyn now the furthest player pushed up on the map, but they're reading him the entire time. Hydra gonna hunt him down and gun him down, and now set up a new 10 seconds to go when Subliners get this game.
Civ has been great so far, has to be great again. They pile in. Felony and Clayster will get him. They have got the points down. They are throwing bodies at this. The Bulldog from behind finds one, finds two, not the third. Gwyn for the win, maybe. He gets a two-piece himself, holding on by bleeding fingertips. And now New York are on the back foot. They have to run through the middle of the map.
Gwyn guy's in a sweet spot, man. That man is in the point collecting the time, and he is gonna fry. It is a tight setup in New York Subliners. You get one break attempt.
Everybody lock in, laser focus, it's time to go. 5 seconds before everybody else, and it will be the Ravens who fill the kill feed with despair. It's a jump in, it's a Clayster, it's a win for the Ravens. Revenge will not be felt on map 1 for New York. The Ravens have put them in their place again.
Hey, that is, dude, such a cheeky win from Carolina as well. A couple chuckles, a sigh of relief, the pop off from Clayster. But, dude, what a game. I mean, that starts off for New York Subliners. The first 3 hills were like virtually perfect. Kismet got that early cruise missile. They locked down P2 for a full 60. They built themselves a gargantuan lead. I mean, I think Felony started off 3-10. TJ started off 1-7. So it took a long time before Carolina to start to shoot back. But I mean, almost like the tide. Like, it just kept coming. The waves kept crashing. And I don't even know how Carolina get the break on P2 towards the end. Like, TJ tries to sprint through P2. He gets caught. Clayster tries to go through long on the full flank. He gets caught. Like, everybody was getting gunned down. And then eventually, like, the dam just breaks. And Carolina able to flood inside the point. And, I mean, here's Clay. That's a nice little 3 spree to help make the break on P2. Gwyn also goes on a streak and wins that crucial 1 versus 1. So, I mean, it's just, I guess, like, the big gunny plays coming in from Carolina towards the end.
And he thought all the work New York did, every bit they put into that P1 control, and maybe all they needed was a Hydra on that hill for a few more seconds, but he was playing for position. They didn't want to give it away, and they got the rotation. I thought it was done, but Ravens, they find the kills they needed to, they made the plays they had to, and they get the W as a response.
And, you know, that actually is pretty funny that you point that out. Anytime you have a 5-point game in hardpoint, if you go back through, like, with a fine-tooth comb, you can just find all of those, like, places you could have had that extra 5 seconds. And I think you're exactly right. Hydra dancing around P1, looking for spawners and playing for the cutoff kills, just leaving that white time on the hill. It makes sense to do because, like, Subliners had control of the rotation, so it is good plays, but it is funny how hardpoint just punishes you towards the end. But, yeah, clearly a nail biter on those final 3 hills. It took Carolina a long time to make up for the deficit up until the P2 on the second set of rotations is where they were first able to take the lead. But I mean, that's a battle of the game number 1. Carolina obviously showing off the good stuff there. And now the real question for this team is the map number 2, the invasion, and more specifically the search and destroy. I know that is going to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest focus point for Carolina. Again, they have not been looking good throughout Major 1. Scrim time they're able to get in search and destroy is the massive factor there. Now they've had an extra few weeks to figure some stuff out, get the strats going, and show off the good stuff. We get to see them against New York Subliners from map number 2. Should be a good one.
Yeah, it's certainly true. I actually completely forgot about play. I want to talk about Kismet going through the water. Like, he knew he needed that map positioning. Clayster completely blindsided by it. And realistically, that was kind of the story of it as well. New York looked so good at points. When we kicked this map open, I thought it might have been a bit of a bloodbath. The New York Subliners coming off a loss, hungry for revenge against the Ravens. And it looked like it. Problem is, the Ravens fought back with incredible teamwork. But for New York Subliners, the only way really now is up.
We're going to take a look at the Monster Energy pre-game sort of stats that we have for the New York Subliners. And again, for S&D, a 9-3 record overall. They've been one of the best in the game, but the problem is the respawn, which obviously map number 1 sort of lived up to that reputation. So they're certainly going to be looking for the quick bounce back against Carolina. It is sort of like best case scenario when the best search and destroy teams in the game going against Carolina, who has been one of the worst. Obviously, a lot of questions can be answered in the 2-week break that we had. after Boston, but you certainly have high expectations for them. And, you know, gotta give some credit. You're talking about Kismet. He was popping off on the map number 1 as well. Like, they were making good plays. They just got beat towards the end, but definitely want to pay a great deal of attention towards the Bulldogs, see if he can show off the good stuff on map 2.
Well, let's find out. For New York, this might just be a little bit of a mental reset. They have had an inordinate amount of flack, obviously, in the break we've had since Boston. Nobody expected a team of this talent and caliber to go out top 12. And for me, I felt like, you know, it's one of those ones that's probably too early to tell to see how this goes for the rest of the season. I still have faith in the New York Subliners. I hope they have faith in themselves. But on the other side of it, the Ravens are ready to rumble. You know, they took this team out last time in Boston. They'll be looking to do the same again and get those points on the board, Chance.
You know, and again, if you're bringing up the Monster Energy stats and you talk about their search and destroy, when I say one of the worst in the league, I do mean the worst in the league. Win rate has just been brutal. They're like, again, even just on a first blood front, they are finding no success. Players like historically that are fantastic at search and destroy, TJ Howley being the prime example, his stats have also been abysmal on this team for search and destroy. Again, I think that is a sort of, you know, TJ being a symptom, certainly not the cause. Again, just sort of a broken environment, not being able to scrim, search, and destroy. So you're taking a team that is at 12. If they turn around and even become like an average search team, you know, their stocks are going to go through the roof, but they do have to prove it first.
Yeah, they certainly do, and this tells the entire story of what we're expecting. First versus 12th. Basic opposite ends of the league when it comes to search and destroy. For New York, this should be a good map for them, a reset since what happened not only in that first map, but Boston as well. Realistically here, the Ravens, they have a chance to do something wonderful. I don't know how their scrims have been going in this break and how everything has been for them, but maybe, just maybe, they've been putting a lot of work into S&D.
Oh, I'm sure that they have. It's going to be the major talking point for these guys in the downtime without question. But it is going to be an interesting matchup because, you know, as you pointed out, New York Subliners, I'm on the same page as you, Bryce. I fully expect them to bounce back, go back to being in that top 4 slot, and competing for championships. I think they're going to be just fine. But at the same time, like, at some point, like, when does the doubt really start to kick in? Because, like, last year, New York Subliners had a tournament or two where they bottomed out, and obviously they bounced back as world champions. So, a very capable team. But, you know, I think you come into the match against Carolina Ravens, and if you're Subliners, you're saying, let's 3-0 them, beat them down, get the revenge from the major, and really kick this stage off right. Already for map 1, a bit of a falter point there. I think this is one of those series that if you lose it, if you're the New York Subliners, again, that doubt, a nefarious force creeping into the back of your mind really could start to do some damage. So I just want to make sure they execute. Search and destroy, they've been their bread and butter. Invasion, a fantastic map for the players that they have as well. So looking to shut them down, but maybe the one shining light for search and destroy on the side of the Ravens. Felony actually did. He threw up a nice KD. You'll give it to him on the KD front. Why not?
Well, let's see. Does that statistic bleed into this game or not? Already the first flurry of explosions flying everywhere with no trophies available and players flying in as well. I think Skies has been sent TJ trying to get it, but not able to.
Yeah, you had Hydra trying to go for the cheeky jump up spot, but he missed it a couple times, had to back down, and nice little trade coming through, but of course a few trades come through. The nades from Felony actually able to take down one player, and then the smoke making sure Hydra can heal up. Him and TJ in a very dicey spot right around this A-bomb site. The play clearly on Hydra in this moment. Can he find the kill? He cannot. TJ Gunham's down. Advantage, Carolina Ravens.
Sip, this could be a huge position here. Clay may check this streak briefly. As soon as that bomb goes down, he hasn't. There'll be a flank. Sees the first. I don't know if he sees Clay. He does. Finds it. Looks for the second chow. The slide cancel is not enough, and Kismet nades him as well. That's not what you want. Kismet now to 1 versus 2, and they will play the shoulder game with him for as long as possible.
Oh, not even. There ain't no shoulders to be thrown. Just an easy read on the back alley push. Felony there for the final kill, and that is a tilt-worthy moment to kick off map number 2. If you're not already tilted about the way you lost map number 1 in a nail-biting fashion where you had the rotation of P2, a team nade that really just stamps the rounds, not a fun thing to have to bounce back from. Subliners have to hit the regain.
Let's see. lot of effort, a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of sacrifice has been put in the last few weeks with new maps, new patch, new meta, and everything else in between. But who comes out on top? This is our first chance of viewing these teams on the road to Miami. And right now, the Ravens look just a little bit ahead of the Subliners.
Man, Ravens also have a couple players in an interesting position. TJ up, fairly aggressive on the map. Kismet, though, able to find the first blood, but there's the strike from Gwyn. Does get traded out. Got my numbers wrong. It was Gwyn, not TJ, but either way, man advantage for the New York Subliners. Gets evened up very quickly. And plenty of time in this round. Bomb gets planted. 40 seconds right now for Carolina to work.
2 versus 2, but TJ will find Kismet straight away. Hydra. Long flank for him. A mile away. TJ has been seen, but hasn't got anything for him. And they've been on this bomb a while, and that is a defuse. Hydra was not there when he was needed.
Yeah, and I can't read lips, so I don't know exactly what Clayster said, but something effective like that was a little bit too easy. I don't know if that's maybe some knowledge. Clayster obviously teaming with Hydra back in the day, maybe keenly aware of like the play styles, but Clayster, even before TJ got there, insta-hop that bomb, did not care in the slightest, and obviously the play call was perfect. So 2 rounds right there for New York Subliners where they have opportunities, but cannot execute and get it done. Carolina back on the attack, 2-0 up, and just a Hydra to deal with, and Hydra gets dealt with. Gwyn for the first blood.
Well, New York slowly falling apart here, but Kismet will find this back, brings it to a 3 versus 3 again. Gets out of it, repositioning the player's life. And that does mean that the Ravens will have to slow down for just a second, reevaluate where they're going. It still looks like an A commit.
Yeah, you had Felony back all the way up on the map. The other 2 players for Carolina turned their attention. Sib playing with, this is an interesting angle, right? I mean, him and TJ can spot each other at any given moment. Sib gonna slide over to Cafe. And Sim might have just pierced this setup.
But no, looking for it, brings it back. 2 versus 2 again. For New York, they want this round. They desperately need this round. Gwyn just checking every single angle, but they have that bomb covered because TJ hasn't moved from it. That's a huge gun follow. Kismet gets it. A trade, but no, Skies is there to help him out this time. And New York, they find the pieces they need.
Yeah, that's a good play from Kismet, too. That was just too little information for too long of a time, and I think Gwyn feeling the pressure, tried to slide out and go for that chow, but the timing was perfect there for both of those players on the Subliners to converge around the site. And funnily enough, I think this might be a situation where the first bloods have almost just not been a factor for any of these rounds at all. Hydra gets first blooded, but the 3v4 firmly there for New York. Retake is clean, and they're able to get on the board, get a little bit of wiggle room in their favor.
That's what they wanted. Felt a bit better. Interesting play, actually, from the Ravens. TJ didn't really move from the bomb site, just sort of slithered over a little bit while he was laying down. Does give up a bit of map control. But, hey, lesson learned. Let's see what happens on this next one already. You can see the Ravens spread across the map, trying to watch everywhere. Might be Felony who has the key point.
Yeah, I was going to say, and even for key points, Subliners have to go back and get the bomb. So it's going to be about 30 seconds burned off the clock before Subliners make any sort of move. Sib obviously knows there's players down by B, but the action over towards A. Felony, as you pointed out, in the key spot, gets that first blow.
Now New York worried. They don't have the information here. They know Street is off limits to them because of Felony. They have committed towards A. This nade will go towards Tank, trying to flush out whoever's there. Gwyn in a position. Hydra speed versus Gwyn's gunny. This is what this will be if they break this door.
Wait for it. Here we go.
Oh, it's gunny for Gwyn! Every single second, not a bullet missed, not an opportunity wasted. And Sib tries to fly in to be the hero, but gets shut down. And there was speed, but not a lot else.
Dude, and Gwyn delivers again. I don't know how much we touched on it after the map one, but Gwyn was popping off basically the entire time. Again, he's doing it from inside the hill. So we had Kismet making those sort of OBJ plays on one side, Gwyn doing the exact same thing on the other. And that's a 2-piece where he did not really have too much help at all. So Gwyn out here delivering time and time again for Carolina. A big round to sort of kill that momentum and maybe kill even future A pushes. Domination in that moment, but now Carolina go again. A has been the favorite site for them for quite some time. It looks like that's going to be the case once again.
Things just keep going worse for New York. mental resilience has been tested, and it will continue to be so. We play the waiting game now on Karachi. Ravens are slow rolling it.
And the waiting game is going to be based on Skies. When Skies gets the information from the mid tank that players moved out towards the A site, Hydra's going to poke up from the cars and just shoot the players in the back.
There we go, nades out as well. A little bit of bullets here. They've been pushed back off that A site. It's not good for the Ravens because they're going to try and rework this a different way. They've got through. Oh my goodness, somehow they're winning this trade. There are players everywhere. Hydra has to back off. Kismet could be a key player as well. He knows where somebody is. Bring this back to a 2 versus 2. Finds him. Takes him down. That's bomb as well, but the trade comes through again. 2 versus 1. Hydra now for the win.
And they know Hydra. The last time they saw him was out towards A. So Hydra flies up the middle of the map, and the COD timing simply does not go his way. Carolina making the speedy moves, the speedy reads, and executing in that round as well. That was the setup that they had. It was Skies on the main tank. If Carolina did the same default thing, work out that freezer door, they're going to lose this round. Carolina read the pressure, though. Felony flies in, and those are the men to take down. Instead of Hydra getting a freebie, the man that's trying to set him up, Skies, just gets caught. You lose the mid-tank pressure, and the setup just gets broken down. So efficient work out of Carolina and Tyler Fellow, potentially answering the questions very early about their search and destroy. Nice little 4-1 edge, and they are making plays on the map. Very aggressive on defense. And they've cleared out so much of the map. Glacier's got to know there's pressure on him. So he's going to back all the way down, play it nice and safe, but still have that crossover towards B. Subliners haven't made the move just yet.
Clayster needs to find something here. He will be screaming for reinforcements. The pressure will come in towards him. Flanks going in for the Ravens, but they're going to be on the bomb site. Kismet gets away clean. Clayster trying to thread that one through a building isn't going to work. Will at some point maybe have to worry if Kismet was going to go for a flank. He hasn't. But Clayster was just waiting for those teammates to make a move. Gwyn's already made one as well. Advantage Ravens. Huge advantage Ravens.
And I'm just thinking the utility right now, too. Well, maybe just the gunny felony flying in Challen. Kismet, though, was able to pick up 2, but you have to know that this bomb is going to be down, and the trophy got shot out earlier. Poor Kismet, nowhere to go. And once again, perfection coming out of the Carolina Ravens. Whether it's felony soaring or just the swarm on the site. Even just for the fact that, like, the trophy gets taken care of. Like, the things right now just falling into Carolina's lap.
I love that play there from the Ravens. Clayster was the anvil. The rest of the team was the hammer. Clayster didn't move, didn't give up position, put bullets in, was a constant threat they couldn't ignore. The rest of the Ravens went round, some through dark, some through the back of the street, and found the kills they needed. 5-1 now to Carolina.
Yeah, now you just need the bomb, you know? It's really important in search and destroy. I don't know why teams keep leaving that in the dust. So TJ's got to collect it. By the way, on the map, hyper aggression right now from the New York Subliners. Sid, though, does get ripped and first blooded. And now you get a little bit of intel on where the pressure is going to be coming through. But still players like Kismet behind enemy lines. The opportunity to make a play. But obviously, he's forced to right now. Man disadvantage. Someone's got to find the big 2.
Yeah, and I think Christmas just came in and that was Felony that called it. And that's given up complete control. This is a retake for New York with numbers against them. Kismet has to check the angles and win a gunfight. They've let him get through a little bit here. Felony might catch him as he goes to take, but he hasn't. Kismet slipping the net. No, Quinn, he's just going to get gunned. Wasn't Quinn, it was Clayster who found him, and now both directions they have to go. TJ cleans up.
God.
And it is decimation. The Carolina Royal Ravens, 12th ranked in S&D before this, just took down the #1 ranked team. Statistics be damned. Woo!
I mean, there you go, bro. Yeah, I was waiting for like more of a follow-up. That really was just a damning performance. I mean, the team that was number 12, again, it was a symptom, not a cause. It was just a weird team environment, not opportunities to get good S&D practice in. Now they've had the opportunity to take a little bit more time as a full team to get the practice in, and they went against one of the very best, and they made it look just easy. I mean, maybe 2 rounds early on for Subliners that they could have like built a nice little lead. I know that first round, really unfortunate team nade coming in from Kismet sort of seals the deal for Carolina. So a little bit of luck on the side of the Ravens, but at the same time, 1-6 out of both Sib and Skies, 2-6 out of Hydra. Nobody really having success in the shooting back category there for New York Subliners. And after a painful map number 1 performance, Bryce. Staring down the barrel of a hot 3-0 for a team that is in the bottom 4 in the league. Carolina looking for some extra CDL points and kicking off their stage 2 right.
Yeah, they really are. And actually, I want to go back and look at those statistics again. I think Clayster had about the same amount of damage as Fanny, who was 9-2 at 3-3. So kind of tells you what Clay is doing. He's putting a lot of damage down. He's being a very difficult player for other teams to deal with, even if it doesn't reflect in the kills. And that's something we talk about with statistics. It can be different. But speaking of different, at the moment, it is the same old story. Carolina Royal Ravens are hurting the New York Subliners. They knocked them out of Boston, and they are knocking them back on the road to Miami. Is there a reverse sweep? Is there hope for Subliners, or are the Ravens just better? Well, we'll find out when we go to control after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Call of Duty League.
Check out all of the awesome in-game rewards you can earn for free just by watching the Call of Duty League. What's on tap this weekend? An all-new lineup including a weapon blueprint, emblem, calling card stickers, and XP tokens. Just link your YouTube account now to start earning. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have witnessed the Carolina Royal Ravens go to work against New York, and most recently on S&D. A couple of huge kills here for them. Gwyn flying out with backup from Clayster and getting it, and this is a break here from Felony. This completely decimated everything the subliners had.
No, absolutely. And you point out Clayster as well. He was involved in both of those first clips. This one, though, TJ, I mean, just easy reads and gunny for that third two-piece. But I know you talked about how, like, Tyler Fellows specifically, his stat line was incredible. Dude's making plays all over the map. But if you're paying attention, minimap, yes, the teamwork and the comms absolutely there. The team shots from Clayster and even the pre-fire on the player coming through that dark alley by the tank for Felony, just getting called out the entire time. So Carolina, absolutely heads up performance there in map number 2. Might have been a slow start in map number 1. Obviously, they make up for it. So all of the momentum right now on their side. Of course, if you're thinking about momentum, Hydra is absolutely a player that can take it from you at any moment. And if we're going to a high rise, I mean, I think one of the themes we have on this map, especially for the New York subminers, they can play for kills just a little bit too much. Like, Sid broke the record for damage on this map, and he absolutely destroyed the kill feed the entire time, and it was for a loss. So I think New York subliners certainly have, gone to the drawing boards for high-rise control and be a little bit more objective-minded, because overall, respectable on the round win percentage, but they're not executing and actually getting these wins. And again, a couple of those nail-biter round 5s have really punished New York.
They certainly have. The statistics do not tell the whole story, of course. You've got to bear in mind that the Ravens won this last time, and I think, for me, what I've been seeing from the two of them, the Ravens look like they are having a great time with teamwork. For New York, it's individual performances, and maybe they just need a little bit of polish, and if that clicks in, it could be a very different team. There's a lot of talent on New York. This could just be resettling. You've got to remember, you've gone from a devastating loss in Boston. The game has changed. The maps have changed. The spawns have changed. The meta has changed. There is a lot to get done in that short amount of time, especially when they're trying to rework. So I'm still going to give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt. But for the Ravens, it's all upside. We're talking about positives. They look great.
Absolutely. And again, like, they're sort of getting the ball rolling on like the S&D front. That's massive for this team, where if they were 12th in the league, now getting dominant wins like that, the amount of confidence that is going to like provide you as a core unit, it is going to go such a long way. But being up 2-0 is one thing. You still have to make sure you execute and take care of business, because obviously lethal threats on the other side. But as the map gets delayed a bit, maybe just an opportunity for Carolina to talk some things over, for Clayster to feel his nose, and we're going to keep TJ, who truly do look like a duo together, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting one. Obviously, TJ coming in kind of last minute for it as well, but you got to give credit. TJ performed. When you get that kind of opportunity, you get back in the league, and then you put the numbers up, and let's be honest, looked like the best player at points, kind of fighting for it with Gwyn on this roster, and the Ravens made the right call and brought him in full time.
And this is something that Clayster has actually touched on. I can't remember, podcast, on stream, whatever it was, but he sort of talked about the, like, not complete night and day versions of TJ that he has gotten, but Clayster's teamed with him in the past and maybe not had the most positive experiences. This year, from what Clay has said, he's been loving teaming with Tej. He's just been incredible so far throughout this year. And as you pointed out, yes, has absolutely looked like the best player on the teams at times. So Clayster certainly enjoying the new vibe with the team he's playing with, the slightly new version of TJ as well. And obviously, again, going against some world champions up 2-0, like, you have to be feeling good, because they are shooting back.
They certainly are. And good vibes in Carolina Royal Ravens. They will want to put this one down right here. Easy points for them, get themselves up the standing. You got to remember that while we are still a little way away from getting to Miami, every single game is crucial. You want to find yourself in the winner's bracket, you want to have a good time, and in the bigger picture, all the way to champs. You don't want to be fighting desperately for 10 points at the end of the season when you could have had that 10 points easier at the beginning.
And I mean, these are like two of the best teams to pay attention to for the points as well, because you had Carolina that actually had like a halfway decent major performance, all things considered. They get the extra 15 points, but because the online performances was that poor, Carolina still right now in the bottom 4. And on the flip side, what is sort of funny is like Minnesota Rocker, I think, you know, throughout stage 1, their online performance is not super great, but they did just enough to get the winner's bracket, which, as you pointed out, is a massive opportunity. Minnesota Rocker get that one first big win against the subliners, move up to like, you know, the top like 4 automatic thing, and they just get so many CDL points, and they really only had to win like 1 or 2 matches to make it happen at the major. So yes, getting the winner's bracket really is that massive opportunity. Getting the points in the online stages goes such a long way. Carolina, one more map to collect their next 10, and on control, nice little 2-2 split off the rip. Those opening salvo of kills.
Instantly runs into a player waiting for him, and it's Sib, and Sib looking for a second, not going to get it this time. Opportunity, B coming through. Sky's going to be here waiting for the player as well, and he is going to end up getting it. Placer's now trying to stay alive. He knows eventually he should fall, but no. Teammates flying in for the action here. The Ravens should get this first tick as the kills keep flying their way.
Oh yeah, look at the 2Bs going down low as well. Helps Placer with the guy trying to jump up and then just fries the next one in line. So nice little repositioning, but only one player on the B zone for the moment. So it's going to be a slow capture. Kismet finds the opening as well. Things do get mixy as Carolina still just hurting them in the kill feed. 2 ticks of progression out through. Gwyn still alive behind you and gets out at least great damage. You see Hydra does get traded. Ooh. That B zone still not yet captured. It is that slow approach, but a 24-17 life advantage. Carolina feeling great.
There we go. This is all they need to do, and that's an ambitious chow from Gwyn. They just need to be in mind here. They don't have position. Be careful. Play these lives. You have the opportunity, a good break, and get that time stop. So much time on the clock for them as well, but New York starting to clear the lines and starting to get some kills down.
Yeah, some good comms, good awareness as well from New York. Civ actually checking that little scaffolding jump up spot, so no cheeky plays coming in from TJ. And you're just right now, if you're New York, trying to fight for map control. They've yet to really be able to push up and get those power positions, get the top heli, get the top propane. They're just getting punished back in their spawn. Finally, 2 kills go their way. Skies, if you can stay alive, this would be your opportunity to start to push for a little bit of map control. With Felony doing a perfect job of backing him down. Clayster there for the follow-up, and now you get a full hit out towards the A zone.
Better be careful. Gwyn has got Rogue. He's gone all the way around the pack here as well. They're winning in the front of the Ravens. Gwyn's going to be behind as well. Looking for the kills, and there's the flank. And that might be it. They're going to pile bodies onto this. That's 3 in already. Trophy's going to be working overtime for us. New York fly out of the window as a squad, but it is a rocket that is ticking up here. Eventually the contest comes in. Is this enough from New York? No, it is not. The Ravens run rampant.
I mean, yeah, they're feeling good now. That is somewhat of a devastating round 1 as well. New York maybe had the one opportunity to like start to fight back and get some semblance of control. Felony and Clayster just slammed the door in their face, and then Gwyn was like the ever-present problem for New York in that round. Right from the jump, he starts going on tears, annoying you, getting in your spawn, shooting you in the back. Well, that's more or less how we finished the round as well. So that's incredibly efficient work. That is superb stuff off the opening break from Carolina, and mistake-free. They never look back. That's some good, clean call duty.
Really was. New York, though, give their opportunity to attack already. First blood to them, looking to make a move for it. Gwyn, dead silence popped. Gonna try and make a difference here, but just a little bit of timing, but still going for this chow. Flies in, doesn't find them, but does somehow get that. It must have been weak. But New York, light at the end of the tunnel. They are on to the B point.
Yeah, and you see that was a good trigger discipline coming in from Gwyn, but he ends up dying on the 5 spree. Didn't get quite enough help, so no cruise missile there. And again, cruise missiles are a massive theme on this new patch. If you get a cruise missile on this map, you almost guarantee a defense. Like, you can just single-handedly stop a push on either zone. So no spiciness there. And now you get New York back in their sort of sweet spot. Sid picking up a good deal of kills. Hydra in your base trying to be annoying. Ring around the rosy with Clay. Eventually able to take him down. That B zone secured. 2 minutes right now from New York to play with. And they have a ton of lives as well.
Yeah, they've been having a much better time here on this. And now looking to put the hurt back onto the Ravens. They've got to do the same thing that was just done to them. Wait, play the time, get the opportunity you need. Kismet going to go around for the flank here. They've lost in the kill feed. He could have done with his teammates staying alive. I think he may have been spotted there. He has been. Felony has got him, and that is a clear line for the Ravens.
Yeah, neither team really able to do those cheeky scaffolding plays just yet. Wynn was the furthest player pushed up from Carolina. He gets taken care of. It's still power positions, though. Insecure the Ravens, but Sid there with a little bit of help from his teammate. Takes TJ down from top helicopter. You deal with the next man in your spawn. So the map has been spread by Subliners. They keep everything under control. No more flanks coming through. All gunnies forward.
Gonna fly now. Sib just staying alive, getting that clock stopped. That first tick might come in. Needs to make this gunfight, and he does. Sib, huge kills on the map. Eventually will fall to Quinn. New York just trying to keep a little bit of map control. The trades are good for them at this point.
Still with that pressure on the zone. I mean, right now it's going to be a player by himself, but that is his opportunity for Kismet to be behind enemy lines. So the slower this goes for New York right now, the better. Not the best start, though. A couple players on Carolina find the kills, so the flank is forced to be fast, and then everything falls apart. Subliners couldn't quite orchestrate it together. Carolina there to pierce the setup, and Gwen again, the man that is always leading the charge.
Well, only 5 lives remain for the Ravens. A full minute on the clock, though, for New York. They can hold power positions. They can bleed them slowly over this next 60 seconds. But they've still got to do it. Sid will find Clayster. No respawn for Carolina.
And, of course, with the players on the time right there, that is worst case scenario for the clock to be stopped. Down to 3 lives. This is going to be unwinnable, and TJ gets caught as well. Felony just falling off the map. So there you go. Nice little bounce back round from New York Subliners. They do it off the lives. They don't even need the objective. The slaying was absolutely enough for them, so the pace that they were able to play at delivers towards the end. Back-to-back attacking rounds. Not too shabby.
Now, you've got to give credit to New York as well. That was a very confident attacking round. Really fought back, and it looked pretty much in their control the entire time. They went for the trades. They just kept making the right plays and didn't overcommit and get wiped, which is what they were most afraid of, playing around that mid-map control. Can they do something better on the defense here, or will the Ravens run against them?
Well, once again, for the Ravens, not a pure 2-2 split. It looks like Clayster are going to have a little bit of help maybe towards the middle of the map or spot out the players that they go top propane. But there's a lot of B Street pressure coming through from New York Subliners, and they're getting all the kills as well. So Gwen has been sort of running underground. He's making his presence known once again, but doesn't have a ton of support. And Sid with a nice gunny able to take him down as well. This might be the defensive spawn trap. This is the best case scenario right now for New York.
Clayster wants to find a pick. He wants to give his team an opportunity to get out of here and get a little bit mixy. Looking for Hydra. Hydra's going to stay alive. No, he's not. Clayster picks him off. Unfortunately, he needs his teammates to back him up, and Sid is destroying them. Clayster finds a second one. He is throwing this door open for the Ravens to get out and get map control back.
Well, still, that's like players on the left and mid. It's still helicopter that's going to be a problem. So Carolina still a lot of work they're going to have to do to try to find this break, and the kills continue to not go their way. Subliners, if you get the setup on defense, you should never let it go, and they are handling it just about perfectly. TJ might have slipped the net and get behind enemy lines, but he's going to be forced to wrap back to make a play. That's 2 kills now in the feed for Carolina, and they're on the A zone. That's the good news. Bad news is 16 seconds left on this game clock. You have to keep someone on the objective.
Clayster going for the long shot. There's somebody close. Looks for the gunfight. Not going to win it. Sid finds a massive 2 as they just fall over and over again. Gwyn now has to commit to the point, but he is going to be outnumbered. They will come from many directions to gun him down. And Hydra, oh my goodness, there's a horrible gunfight at the best of times. But with time ticking, surely the Ravens cannot find anything here.
Desperation and a nice little crack in the barrels for Felony to get tagged up. Very one shot, easy to trade. And now you're just going to have to flood out through blue. Easy reads for New York. They're going to get this done on a very dominant round of defense. That was not a single tick of progression on either zone. Carolina might have created some opportunities, but it took them way too long to be able to set it up. And I think Sid was really that player to close the door. The 2-piece he had on the B zone, really seals the deal. If we're talking about momentum, well, Subliners, they certainly have it now.
Yeah, that was a complete change of momentum. New York locked in. For the Ravens, it's their turn to try and get it back. See if they can send this to a round 5. Can they do it, though? Here it goes. Attack here for New York. A little bit of a commit straight to the A point. Oh no, they're going underground. The pair of them are going to run straight into Gwyn. That is a huge gunfight already.
Oh, this is easy reads on the opening break, too. I think Sky's posted in the back of the mat. Never mind. Actually gets gunned in the feed. So TJ's out here making plays. You see, really putting the pressure on and forcing Hydra to get off the zone. And TJ will do it one way or another. Gets that kill. So nice play from TJ to sort of kill that opening break there from the Subliners. And talk about the defensive setup. Well, that gets broken down immediately. Carolina get caught just being a little too aggressive. And they just have to regroup, reposition, and stabilize. Looks like the MCWs for Carolina going to do exactly that, and now they've officially got the spawn trap set up. Nobody from New York outside of their base.
Oh yeah, there's Kismet just going through a barrage of explosions and tacticals. Gets up towards Propane, looking for the meta winner, finds one, guns a second as well. The Bulldog going to work to make sure his team can get out of this. They haven't got a ticket. Clash of playing slow, finds the first, knows that he's going to be dropped on. Waits, patient, knows where Kismet is as well, was still playing his life. And that is perfect play in the end, absolute patience, and it ends with a terrible nade.
Nearly perfect play towards the end. Gwyn, by the way, that is not an easy chunk to hit, absolutely nails it. That is a massive sort of beneficial thing to have on this map. More players flooding through B Street, 10 seconds left on the clock. I think Kismet is going to have to make the play, stay alive on this zone, but he can't even make it. TJ killing him off the cross. And 2 seconds left, desperation hours, and so much progression that needs to take place. My God, I think we're going to be going to a round 5 unless Hydra can do beyond something absurd, but he gets taken care of. And funnily enough, there is no ticks of progression there for the side of New York on offense either. So as bad of a round as Carolina had on offense round before, they respond exactly how they need to. And I think just because, New York Subliners won round number 2 off lives, not the objective. So I believe Carolina should have defense for the round 5. Obviously, this is a much more balanced map than some others we have in the repertoire. You can absolutely win on offense, but as far as round 5s go, yes, you prefer to have defense.
Well, let's see. The stage has been set. Do the Ravens put the Subliners in the dirt, or does the dream become real and a potential reverse sweep? Anything can happen. Let's find out how it does. Right, now, straight on the defense, right with the Carolina Royal Ravens. New York going through it as well. Explosions banging across the map as the kills start to come in.
Oh, that's a big suit from Clay as well. Making sure you lock down the A side. You had a nice little setup coming through, trying to make the play. Off of like Tej as well. Skies playing for that DB Street push, but DJ here, still a ever-present threat. Him and Gwyn looking together. And that's got to be a couple trades potentially coming through. TJ actually gets dropped. It's the Pistols putting in the work right now for Subliners over towards the B zone. And you can spawn trap on the offensive side too. Carolina have to get out of their base. Felony's going to be trying to make that happen, but the B zone potentially going to fall. Progression going nice and quick.
Apparently found one. Gwyn tries to make that jump, doesn't get it this time. Hydra just going to get this cap and they're not going to stop him. It's all positioning now for the Ravens. They want these kills. They want to push them back into the spawn. Desperate here for the Subliners to stay alive. Play their lives, play position. And Sky's the last one out. Just running away, and that is a huge kill. That means this map is wide open. A is now going towards them.
And he's just going to be looking for the spawners. He's got the trophy out. You're just looking for that maybe 2 or 3 man wipe. Kismet trying to get in position as well, but Kismet's going to fall. Skies and Hydra now working together, but from opposite sides of the map, they are still just desperate to try to find these errant kills. I mean, you got TJ and Gwyn pushed up on the map, actually getting the kills, so you have a spawn trap taking place on both sides of the map. Sky's just desperate for his teammates to send more people to the gulag to get him off the respawn so we can deal with them, and he is putting in the work to make it happen. You just got to get this man some help.
He is a one-man army, and he has opened it for them. They are out. Subliners are onto the A point. Sky's still alive. A 5 streak waiting for Felony. Not able to get it that time. Gets back onto the point. Now with bodies here, they have an opportunity. They can win this in the trades. Hydra finds one. Gwyn's going to get onto Sib. Bodies flying at it as well.
There we
It is
go.
New York who are winning this battle. Skies again falls to TJ, but Kismet in the back. And that second tick is coming through. Ravens off the respawn. And surely there's no way back for them here.
I mean, they're playing for the kills right now. They're playing for the kills. They're not stacking the point, and the kills don't go their way. Carolina back them down for the moment, but it is still a mix fest. Only 7 lives remaining. Subliners can win this one of 2 ways, and frankly, they have the pressure. They have the numbers. You can overwhelm them. Les Felony, pop-off play potential. The nade again coming through. 2 men left on the site right now for Subliners, and no lives remaining. It's going to be a nail biter. 8 versus 4 and a minute to play. Carolina have to be perfect.
The Ravens must not get fluttered. Already lost one. Hydra is hitting the flank. He might be found. They're going to call this one out as well. They know it. Clayster and Good have got it. 3 versus 6. The Ravens still have to hold. They still cannot falter for the next 40 seconds.
Everybody from New York, though, just getting in position. Power position for top propane. Get that information. Kismet, maybe just with the gunny. Gonna get it done in Subliners. In the end, execute, take care of business on high-rise control. And as is typical for this team, they do it on the slag.
Unbelievable, and I think you have to give credit to Skies. Stayed alive for an obscene amount of time. Caused nothing but problems for the Ravens. He opened the path to A, and eventually they were able to join him. But a small breath of life breathed into the New York Subliners here on this map.
You are exactly correct. Yeah, Sky's making the pop-off plays. I mean, Sid consistent with the damage numbers as well on this map. That is always going to be his playground. So the stats always look nice and pretty, but I'd say for Skies, that's like one of those blackout moments to where your teammates are calming things, but they're calling out TJ and Gwyn like Gwyn's underground, TJ's by green tarps. Like, he's not picking up any useful information. Skies is literally just on an island, just desperate, A, to stay alive, and B, waiting for his team to start getting the kills so more people actually get sent to the spawn so he can have something to do. So that's a moment where you are just an individual that needs your team to execute, and you have to make the big plays yourself as well. So dicey moments, not easy to string together, but Skies handles it perfectly towards the end of that final round. And again, even with all of that action, still barely winning towards the end.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The reason I kind of shout out Skies there, you got to remember what happened to the last 2 attacking rounds. The door was locked by both teams, putting them on the back burner, but eventually, just a slaying went against the Ravens. You thought maybe if they had a couple more lives, they could have played it a bit differently, may have walked away with the win, but just not to be. A real back and forth on this map, both attack and defense. Superb from both sides. But it does mean we get a map number 4, a hard point where it could be settled, or we could have a map 5.
I tell you, some of the shots that we're seeing, like in these highlights, I don't know if you saw the one Civ had, like sliding to the mid box and gunning somebody like through the mid windows, but like behind cover. So again, Civ, he has one job and one job only, but he is fantastic at it. Slaying and damage numbers always going to be a threat. These scaffolding hits, I don't think worked out a single time for either team on the map, which personally I love to see because I hate when it happens to me in ranked play. But the pro teams right now, again, very heads-up gameplay. That was great Call of Duty, I'd say, from both sides of the imaginary stage that we're playing on right now. And all the forces to map 4. Again, Subliners, we keep saying it. We believe in this team to sort of bounce back from the stage 1 that they had. In the same vein, have the same expectations in any given series. Being down 2-0, you still expect Subliners to be a threat, and they've at least pushed it to that map 4.
Well, let's see. This next hard point, it could dictate how the narratives on these 2 teams go. The Ravens a win here again, a repeat of the major, but no highlight from the S&D. We could be looking at a bit of a different force on the road to Miami. The New York, if they can win this, take it to map 5 and get back, they can quash some of that hate that has been flowing their way in recent times. They can shut up the haters, maybe not permanently, but at least a brief respite.
I mean, I would say, like, you know, the way you lost map 1 and especially the way you lost map 2, the New York Subliner, like the haters of this team, they have some ammunition. Like, even if Subliners make the comeback, you get a little bit of ammo, but I gotta say, I'm excited to watch this Invasion Hardpoint. It's gonna be the first look we have in the CDL of these guys playing on the new patch. At the Major, it is the old one, it is the old spawns, it is the old hills. We no longer have to deal with the Palace Hill at all. So that Money Hill is completely out of the question. But the brand new P4, I cannot wait to see how these teams play it, because I know, like, my own personal raked experience, it's like you're getting parallel spawns, getting shot in the back Palace. You spawn Palace with people almost constantly. So P4 is a little bit insane. It's also a hill where there's like 2 spots in a massive hill where you can actually effectively play and stay alive. But I just want to see how well coordinated these guys are on it, see if I can learn something, because I know I need the help.
Yeah, I'm going to be taking some tips from this as well, certainly, as we move forward. But you are right. This is one of those things that only a few weeks practice, you're going to know the map. But sometimes those little micro decisions in the moment, the hesitations that can cost you points, lives, kills, and eventually wins, that'll be the difference between them. For the Ravens, no smiles at the moment. A full focus, ready to get into this next game. They have an opportunity to get those points on the board. I think at the moment they've only got 25, I believe.
Correct, yes.
So this will be huge for them if they can get it.
And again, just to get the ball rolling, give you somewhat of an advantage. If I remember correctly, I don't have it in front of me, but I think Carolina, based on the Major 1 standings, actually have a fantastic strength of schedule. Like, not nearly as difficult of what they had throughout Major 1. So, especially if you take down sort of one of the, I mean, theorized top dogs. I guess New York Subliners did get top 12, but still, to get a win like this, you're going to feel fantastic moving forward. Stage 2, this is really sort of the sweet spot for Carolina, but just to take a look at the last time they played, the Invasion S&D went the exact same. The first hard point, whether it be a sub-basic rock sheet, nail-biter, but Carolina got the dub, and we don't have to deal with terminal hard point anymore, but still the series potentially gonna get reflected in the exact same way. And obviously, if it does get reflected the same way, that just means we saw Carolina put some work in the downtime, because their S&D looks even better. That would just be more questions for Subliners to answer on the flip side if you see the exact same result.
Yeah, and that's probably the worst thing here as well. New York want to prove themselves after that kind of bad major, I think is the easiest way to put it. Something of a shock. Yeah, and I think the biggest shock of the major as well. So coming forward again, having to play the same team, you would say that realistically the way they wanted to come into this was to absolutely destroy them and go, all right, you know what, we can put that aside. That hasn't happened. If anything, Carolina looked better than they did back in the major. Yes. So a few questions for them moving forward as we look to see how this one ends. But it's still all up in the air. I hate judging teams. Bearing in mind, it's the first day back on a new patch. It's difficult with the sample size that we have to say, hey, this team is much better, this team is much worse.
I don't know. I mean, like, I agreed. There's always the minimal amount of sample size, especially with like the changes coming through. But the game is mostly the same, at least for search and destroy in control. So that's why I think it's actually easy to say that, yes, we've seen improvements from Carolina. Their search and destroy, I mean, I know they won on Invasion the last go around, but it looked super clean from what we saw. But that was the old Invasion. Now we're working with the new for the hard point. But Bryce, from what I understand, there is a bit of a tech delay.
There might be a small tech delay, so we're going to go to a break so you don't have to look at my face anymore. But we will be back after this with some beautiful hardpoint. New York Subliners versus the Carolina Royal Ravens. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have rested, we have returned, and we are ready for this game. Hardpoint is upon us. Ravens versus Subliners. At the moment, the Ravens hold the cards. They are 2-1 up, Chance.
Yeah, and you know the game is loading in because you don't see the reflection of Sid just shooting like the firing range sort of bots. Because that man, even in the downtime, he is always going to be shooting his gun. And he's going to do it at an insane pace. So yes, Invasion Hardpoint upon us. The brief look at the new spawns we get to see, and again, just how these teams want to orchestrate and see those new looks. I know P4 is going to be the focus point, at least for me, of like sort of the Palace Hill being insane, getting replaced with a P4 that is almost equally insane, but in a very different way. I know there is just a ton of like top Palace to the mid-tank gunfights where you have to be dialed in to shoot absolute laser beams. So maybe a team like New York might enjoy the new look on this map. Maybe just more impressive kills for Civ to collect.
Well, let's see. I'm very much looking forward to this one. Like I said, the narrative between these teams, it could all hinge on a hard point. For me, I think the positives to take away for this one, mostly on the Ravens side, does look like very good teamwork at points, and that's what I kind of want to highlight for them. We've seen it time and again. I think we highlighted Clayster in the S&D charts. We talked about his damage compared to Felony's. 9 and 2 for Felony, 3 and 3 for Clayster. And yet the damage, I think, was 10 points apart. So plenty of bullets in bodies for Clayster. And like I said, if you don't get the kill, it doesn't matter for a lot of people, but it still wins you maps and it wins you rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Carolina, very well orchestrated in the search and destroy. Again, I think we've already learned that, I mean, not necessarily, we don't know where they're going to fall within the league, but we know that, like, even if they're 12, they're not going to be as bad as they were. Like, they have clearly stepped up. The question is, how high can they go? Of course, on the map number 1 hardpoint, DJ, as you pointed out earlier, Bryce has certainly spent time on this team as being the best player on it. Nice performance on the map 1 sub-base as well. Certainly a player to pay attention to on the flip side, because he's going to be rocking that extra MCW. It's not going to be uncommon at all for 3 or maybe 4 MCWs to be in the hands of every player on the team on this map. Finally, after the delay, we get the ball rolling. See if any sort of action can happen off the opening break. This is a difficult P1 to stay alive in.
Looking for him as well, teacher. He gets 2, but it's a technical. And now he's going to try and get through this one as well. Almost stuck Skies at the same time, but now going to try and push forward. A horrible point to get.
Again, difficult to stay alive in. I mean, that took 25 seconds for New York to really get inside of it all. But once you get it, you can absolutely, there's like 2 spots you can play. And of course, if you have teams thinking about the rotation, not going to be as much pressure on towards the hill. Nice shots coming in from Felony. Looks like you get the wipe on the P1 time that Carolina collects. But of course, the exchange is you do not have that rotation at all over towards P2. New York Subliners get a perfect setup. 2 players by broken, 1 guy on time, 1 man for the back. This is exactly how New York want to have it happen.
Still a few seconds to try and get this one done, but Hydra is gunning. And it's never a good time for the enemy team when this man is putting shots down. You can see everything in the street is laid down. A bit of a pinch, a bit of a split. But will they withstand the pressure? New York can win this with just a couple of trades, and they've already got some.
Felony, though, out of nowhere for 2. You see Clayster actually in the back doing a nice shot to stay alive. You in New York that, like, intentionally left the palace spawns open because they were hoping to win the broken side gunfights and flip the map for the rotation, but instead, Felony, out of nowhere, rips 2, and because Clayster stays alive, everything New York Subliners were just trying to do, it gets done to them. And now I look at the minimap and somehow Kismet is behind everybody. So I don't know if he spawned there or what the hell just happened, but that is certainly an opportunity for New York to make up for the bad thing that just happened. Again, it's a new map. It's new spawns. It's a little bit chaotic. Advantage. It doesn't matter. The spawn will just take it away in New York. They'll get that rotation to showers.
Yeah, that could happen. But hey, sometimes you're going to adapt, improvise, and overcome, and that's what they're going to try and do now. You can see New York have thrown up the defenses. Clayster now moving forward a bit, and Hydra will gun him out of his shoes. It is a struggle here for Carolina to get any sort of map control.
I'll tell you, Kismet just spawned. Like, he might have taken a route. I just missed it on the minimap, but it looked like he just spawned there, and that is the reason right now that subliners have this setup. So either Kismet is making monster plays or Kismet had a monster spawn, but either way, you go towards this shower hill. This is an absolute money hill with the new spawns coming through. You see how distant at Palace, Carolina is going to be. That means you get one good attempt and maybe a second sort of iffy one to make progress over towards showers. They cannot. They get punished basically full 60 coming through. And it's going to be our first look at the brand new P4. The kills going to get traded and the exchanges rolling through at the start. We see right now the idea from Carolina. Get players stacked up in P1, try to be aggressive, try to be annoying, and play from there.
This is one of those hills that feels like we've broken from anywhere. Keep an eye on that spawn though. Hydras.
Yep. Every time.
And that is a horrible time for them. Nobody from Ravens has realized it yet, but they will as soon as these bullets start to bang and Quinn's going to fall and everybody goes down. The problem with this map now and this hard point is you can be broken very, very quickly.
And that's like another thing too. Hydra spawned up in Palace, but there was someone from Carolina that was standing in Palace at the same time. And number 8's going to do the exact same thing. So that's where like the spawn management just becomes insanity for this hill. When Carolina players are spawning on a hill that you'd expect to be blocked. They're spawning next to each other right now, Bryce. It's like consistent, so it's technically readable, but it's insane if you want to actually try to get the time. Both teams right now struggling with it. Maybe technically a good hill for Carolina, but like everybody's fighting at like 10% of the map. And then of course on rotation, Carolina finally don't spawn in Palace. They actually do spawn over towards New. Doesn't mean they're winning the gunfights though. Hydra still behind enemy lines. Felony in between 3. He's gonna get traded as the quest to kill Hydra continues.
Hydra still staying alive, and as to say, if you like gunfights, perfect hill for you, but it's going to keep going, trying to get into this new hill point. There's only a few places you can hide for as well. Kismet is ready, but all of his teammates have disappeared. He still finds a gunfight, though, wins it 6 and 11, but gunning like he hasn't been killed yet. Another player, another kill for Kismet, still staying alive. This is a problem for the Ravens as his teammates start to flow in behind him.
I mean, they just can't find him. Literally, you have TJ running in circles around blue, just looking for Kismet. Finally, you're able to spot out where he ran to. The question is, can you actually get some time? I mean, that's 2 in the feed for Carolina, but they don't actually have the pressure on the zone just yet. Maybe gonna collect these final 12 seconds. And maybe more spawns to try to read. The back gas spawns coming through from New York subliners. It means long-term right now on top of P1. You'd rather be Carolina spawning on the left side of the map, but I mean, it's what, a 20-point game between these two teams. Almost expecting it to come down to the wire again.
Yeah, and this is looking that way again. The Ravens in control at the moment. Kismet, though, going to make a move. Finds one already. Going to go for it. Gwyn goes for the chow, but Kismet just completely annihilates him. And Ravens had this hill for only a few seconds. The real question will be now is about this rotation. There is a split spawn come in. TJ is in the back line.
Yeah, that's a spawn that really could come through. The problem is, though, TJ, he's a little bit too slow, is going to be potentially blocking the spawns and dragging him for his team. So you have Carolina losing every important gunfight in that moment. So the one guy that spawns out, instead of a pinch, it turns into a dagger. And now New York subliners maybe driving that nail home. That is a 5 spree from Skies, gets to play for the kill. You get the rotation as well. This is officially New York subliners' game to lose. They have every single tool, every single spawn that they're going to need. The game is firmly in their control.
Well, with the subliners starting to switch gears and get this game underway, let's find out how they are feeling in the comms. For the New York subliners, listen in.
Let me get tractor. You can't get Broken. Yeah, I'm holding tractor. Okay, DVD pillars and broken. I'm staying down. On the right. I'm one shot. Yeah, stay down. Where's the tank? I'm gonna take with the tank. Square on me, Teach. Square Teach, I'm laying down. I'm gonna go make out. I'm going mid with you, Dante. Alright. He's dead, square, I'm one shot. Let's tank going square. Let's tank going square. I kill him. Where you want on the tank right now. Square tank, right that tank. All pallets. One shot, pallets, 2 of them. They're both there. Teach kill. Win, pallets, done. Alright. Come near. I will get near. With it. I've all them in. I'm near your pallets. I'm leaving. Yeah, I got you. They're all over me. Two more. Okay, we're gonna have to block off one kill, okay? You can play fire truck and back up, Dante, okay? Play fire truck and back up. Get ready to block. On the half one, win mid. Alright, Paco, you can we're good. No, we're good. We died first. Back up. I'm gonna shoot for time. Actually, I'm blocking. Yeah, I'm backing up. When spawning out. One guy's courtyard, T, A&D. And Fellows beat up. Time on me. He's going from DVD. Nice. Watch your mannequin from time. I have my mannequin. Mannequin on the fire. How many dead? I have mannequin dead. Can they flank the back? I'm gonna shake your time. Yeah, one's deep river. Shaking for time. Nice. Deep river. One's river, one's ASND, one's fort.
And there you hear the intensity out of the comms from New York Subliners. Again, these guys got control of the game and never looked back. The scoreline is absurd, and that is one of the most educational listen-ins we have had so far this year. The conversation between Skies and Hydra in that moment, talking about blocking spawns. As soon as the new hill pops, the spawn locations are going to change on the map, and that's why Skies is calling out, I'm going to run to back gas just to block it, because if they leave it open, you've already seen the game's willingness. They will absolutely spawn the other team directly behind you, so you have to block those actual spawns to make sure the funny business doesn't happen. New York Subliners handle it perfectly, and they're blowing Carolina out.
They really are. The rotations haven't even been close. The Ravens are just running into the teeth of Subliners over and over again. And now they're here at P4, but is it really going to matter? 214 to 91. The biggest question for me is, will this be a 100-point club?
I mean, it is certainly shaping up to be. I mean, this is a hill right now that, again, it can be difficult to stay alive in, but there's a few spots that when you get them, you're actually absurdly difficult to kill. So you see Hydra is near the motorcycle. He stands up, so he's going to get evaporated. Maybe that's going to answer the 100-point club question. Carolina able to get past that mark, but still, if they want to get back in this game, it is more than a long way to go.
Kismet been playing lights out since the beginning of this one, and they have control again. The Ravens not in the position to take anything down. Kismet guns Gwyn. Placed it, trying to do all he can as well, but with time ticking away, the palace spawn is there, and Sib is using it as a shooting gallery. They are spawning a mile away, and you have to run through the gauntlet. There are cover points everywhere. There are challenges you have to make. There are corners, but in the end, it is only issues for you moving towards this hill.
Yeah, no, there is simply nothing you can do. It is just going to be a flood through the front, just into the pre-aims of everybody on New York. Felony might be able to pick up the first, but it's Hydra on the crosses. It's two players posted up inside of the hill, and 5 seconds to go for New York to send this to a game number 5. Just need that final stamp. TJ, the final player to fall, and Subliners are going to get it done in emphatic fashion.
And that was one-sided. The Ravens were flying high, but have been brought low. Skies, big smile for good reason. I think it was 28 and 12 or some ridiculous stat line like that in that game. And it started close. It started a competition, but no rotations to be had for Carolina, and the Subliners took advantage.
I mean, it really did feel like the moment was on the P1 hill where, like, Carolina had the spawns for P2. TJ spawns up that gas, and then Carolina almost simultaneously lose every single key gunfight. So everyone that could have, like, kept those left side spawns rolling through for Carolina, they just die. You spawn up on the wrong side of the map, and then you're just on the back foot. Like, you have to hike across the map to rotate towards P2. They end up getting flipped again on the P2 hill to get the palace spawn, so now they're on bad footing for the rotation over to showers. Like, you just lost control of the game. You could absolutely never get it back, and New York Subliners obviously taking full advantage. That is 4 players down the line, just ridiculously positive. The slaying out of control. And again, if the game on Invasion is flowing easy for you, the kills are very easy to get. And that is nearly perfectly done. Again, right after that P1, you have like 3 hills in a row where Carolina did not score a single point. That is absolutely brutal to look at.
Yeah, you never want to see a flat line on a hardpoint graph, especially one that long. But it does give us a wonderful opportunity. To map 5, we do go. A potential reverse sweep chance.
Absolutely. And again, Subliners were a little bit 50-50 iffy in the respawn game modes. Well, they delivered in the final 2. You know, game 5, and again from stage 1, it is Subliners who have the best S&D record against Carolina, who had the worst. We get to see how stage 2 is going to shake things up.
We certainly do. It is not ended. Our story has not been told, and it has not been finished. The last chapter will be written by these teams, but is it New York or Carolina with the pen in their hand? And S&D will decide it all for us. Do not go anywhere. We will see you right after this for more Call of Duty League.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. The New York Subliners and the Carolina Royal Ravens have taken this the distance. It is a map 5, the last one, S&D for all the points. Chance, what do we think?
I think it has been a rare sight to see a reverse sweep so far this year. We've had like 2, I think, total, or maybe 3, and I think Vegas Legion has been a part of. Yeah, I was gonna say there's one team that has been the center point of it. And well, maybe Carolina could potentially be the team that joins the mix on there on the negative side. Subliners want to, of course, come out on top, but I don't think it's gonna happen. As much as we like to make fun of teams for maybe sketchy teamwork, team kills like that. If I had to take a guess, nice reset. There you go. We'll get there in a bit.
Might have been a reset though, but for some reason, really enjoying the reset. Having fun shooting each other in spawn. Just taking time for opportunity where they can. But yeah, it gives them a bit of an opportunity for us actually to talk about this map in a little bit more detail between these two. Obviously, last time these two squads played, they didn't get to a map 5, and we did highlight that realistically the Subliners have a better statistical advantage in the S&D. But Ravens won the S&D in this series so far.
Yeah, and I think the primary thing for Carolina is, like, you know, during the Major 1 split with these core 4 players, they were basically just playing like an 8s team of, like, they're all good players. They all know what to do in search and destroy, but they just had absolutely no time to actually develop the chemistry, go over the details and the strats, get a feel for, like, how any given player is going to play in a situation. Like, if you're getting used to playing with TJ Halley, but the guy you were playing with before is like Hydra or just pick a random player, the way they react to different situations always going to be different. If you don't have that experience, it's just difficult to orchestrate. So that's a big factor into why Carolina just so poor in search and destroy throughout the major. Even on a map like Karachi, they just hadn't had a chance to iron out any of the wrinkles in their setups, figure out the different tendencies of their teammates, and get used to everything. What we saw in the Invasion Search and Destroy, fantastic teamwork. Everybody getting in the mix, everybody very well coordinated, the setups always on point. So they're going to need to bring that into the Karachi as well. They still have to answer questions on different maps, but certainly much more of a believer in this Carolina Ravens team. Obviously, I know Felony was popping off, but they were really just good plays down the entire roster. So high expectations from Carolina, but you just know it's a force they're going against.
Yeah, it isn't. This is where all that practice, all that time you've spent figuring out breaks, figuring out what way you want to play every single opportunity in this S&D comes down to. I think I'm probably going to misquote this, but I'm going to say I think you don't rise to the occasion, you fall to the level of your training.
An interesting webcam, I'd say, for the past few years. I know him and Sender were like having a father-son moment is what it looked like, I think, before the tech thing we had before map 4. So this guy's got a lot of things going on with the setup, but also a lot of gunning and playmaking potential as well. He got the cruise missile in the map 4. He was the guy that was staying alive for what seemed like a year and a half over by the A zone on the high-rise control. So this guy's putting in some serious work that he wants to carry into the Karachi. He's always going to be a lethal threat in search and destroy as well, but maybe just re-talking about the exact same things you just talked about before the map loaded in the first time. And there's Ravens sitting in the darkness.
Sitting in the darkness being quiet, but I think we are ready. I believe they are launching into this now. Karachi S&D, you've been patient, you have been beautiful, but the time is upon us. This must end, and we will find out how it does. The Ravens or the Subliners, fingers crossed for the fans of both these teams.
It's going to be an interesting map as well because of the pace on Karachi. Almost like expected 90% of the rounds, it is going to be slow. It is going to be playing off the information, looking for those first bloods. You can make moves on both sides of the map, but you always have to be on point. Even just on the like stuns and nades front, you have to be very particular. Got to be a little bit careful, especially in these early rounds as well. With no trophies, got to be just even safer than you normally are.
Oh, here we go. Already looking for these girls, looking for these plays. A little bit of a push up here. Hydra trying to get out. Information is critical at this point. blood. There's the reply. Back down through the 3. Hydra will find Gwyn though. Clayster and Friendly left alive in a 2 versus 3 chance.
Oh, now Skies is what can have the information, and he's gonna play it nice and patient too, and able to drop him, win the easier gunfight. You see Clayster half health. They know exactly where he is. Ooh. Or maybe they knew exactly where he was. He's at least slipped the net to make moves out towards B, and they're still looking around Coop. So if Glazer picks up a freebie kill here, shoots a player in the back, there is an opportunity for him to make this play, but he is running out of time. But they still haven't spotted him. So the only thing working from Clay is that he's invisible.
Oh, he's still playing around this. He still wants to go back to B. He is in place. Eventually one's going to go check it. This is a problem. Kismet will check this bomb. They have the lives and time to spare. But he's going to go down. Clayster trying to make a miracle happen. Miracle over. They found him.
Nothing happening there. Yeah, in spite of the no information that the subliners had on Clayster, eventually, after you've cleared out Coop, you just send one player over just to watch the site just in case. Kismet sees him on the cross, sees him through the red window, and an easy gunfight towards the end. So an interesting round towards the end of it, but at the start, it was just the positioning and the bloods rolling through for New York. Execute, take care of business, no clutches slipping through the cracks, and considering how the first S&D started off, New York subliners on a much stronger footing.
Well, let's see if they can continue this now. Will it be the full collapse of the Ravens we are staring at? Or do they have something a little bit more to give us? Big push here. You can see Gwyn, maybe the key player. I think he's already gone up top.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think you're ever going to read this. That might be the first time we've actually seen someone on broadcast hit it. The question is, how many kills can he get after the bomb gets planted? The great position's one thing, but the objective going to be another, and Kismet's going to get out as well. So the jump up spot, but right now he's just causing chaos, waiting for his teammates to get in the mix.
Fortunately, Close has already gone down. Gwyn was in a great position, but that position doesn't mean a lot without the kills. TJ still worrying about this player on the flank. Hydra's going to find Felony. Gwyn last alive, not a kill to be found. New York, they get everything they need, and a little bit of luck from Kismet.
Yeah, and that is, I mean, absolutely nothing going right from Carolina there in the moment. Everybody losing the one-on-one gunfights. I think it was Sid that was playing the distant angle by Coop, sort of, you know, catching those players off of rotation, and everybody on New York doing their job in that moment. And really just unfortunate for Gwyn. Honestly, that could be a moment where like a ninja defuse would be possible, because from New York's side, like there's simply no way someone's behind us. But as soon as they get the intel on Gwyn and Gwyn doesn't get the first blood, the round feels so much easier after the fact.
Well, let's see. Can there be anything here? Only one kill in 2 rounds for the Ravens. They're now attacking. They're going towards B. TJ leading the forward. Will need to check. Sips already tagged him up, so he won't push for this yet. On the other side, Gwyn playing an island.
Yeah, that might be the first blood battle, number 8 versus number 1, and Kismet reads it. Gwyn had some cheeky spot in a corner, but outside of the beatdown from Clay, it's just a beatdown that New York is delivering. 3 versus 2. Sib's got eyes on bomb as well. Felony gets caught, and Kismet is out here making plays. Hard reads on Gwyn. And of course, everybody seemingly winning their ones on the side of New York subliners. This is the more typical, what you would expect from number 1 versus number 12 in Search and Destroy. Subliners just had to get warmed up a bit, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe. It could be any one of these, but New York certainly have shifted gears. Maybe they just didn't want to be the main focus of the flank later on and said, hey, we need to turn this one around now. But for the Ravens, they need to do the same thing. Maybe change it up, maybe slow it down, speed it up. Something has got to give.
I mean, they just need a first blood, really, just any sort of momentum. They only have 2 kills on the map at all in 3 rounds, so you just got to win that initial one. Hydra, though, playing with all the confidence in the world. Already made it to top AC. A little bit of intel, and he dips away with his life. TJ maybe thinking about the chase for the trades, but Hydra's already healed up. But TJ able to get it done, and Carolina finally, the first blood and second fall their way. Just got to make sure you don't let a 2v4 slip through the cracks.
And it really all comes down to this first kill. Kismet, they know where he is. He's being chased. He will be shot in the back here as well. And Gwyn gets him down to a 1 versus 4, but surely a 1 versus 4 too far on this map.
Again, just finally a nice opening break coming out there. They get the information on Hydra, shoots at Felony from up top, and TJ, not an easy gunfight to win when Hydra's in the middle of the map like that, but takes care of business, gets that one, and I think Felony was looking over him. Maybe a player jumping over the bridge or jumping up top third, but first 2 kills go your way on defense. Basically just going to lock it in. Now Carolina, the sort of bigger question for them, what can they do on the attack? They've gotten stuffed every direction they try to go.
Well, let's see, because this isn't over. While it has been dominating for the New York Subliners in those first 3 rounds, with a round back on the board for the Ravens, they can make this 3-2 and make it look a lot more kind of favorable to them in the end. But here comes the first blood. Hydra has to back away. It's full mid-map control for Carolina.
Yeah, and Hydra does the smart thing, doesn't want to overchow because he would be running into 3 people. That is 3 players from Carolina. Will now make it 2, just stacked up around this sort of P1. So they don't have a lot of map control. They're sort of in a funnel, and there's a lot of power position for players on New York Subliners just to pick up the easy kills. You just don't want to make a mistake and overcommit, but there's a freebie. First blood for New York, and everybody is still trapped for Carolina, who are gonna fall like dominoes. Hydra absolutely frying on the map. Felony, last man standing, 1v4.
Yeah, I mean, you take mid-map control, but then you kind of get caught there. It becomes a kill box you can't escape from, and again, New York, an easy, a clean round for them. 4-1 now in this S&D, and Clayster, you can see the frustration on his face as he talks to his teammates.
Yeah, now I'm assuming talking about the way that round went down. You get that P1 control like that, you have to make a move off of it, but I think as soon as Hydra showed himself top AC, you're like, well, we can't climb the ladder, because like that's a, you know, it's going to be spotted from the guy's top AC. We try to go through this alley, Hydra's going to be there. Like, there is just nowhere you can go. And again, as you pointed out, you just end up in the kill box, and that is a lot of frustration in the middle of these rounds. Maybe the frustration going to continue. Carolina not playing, maybe another tech issue or something going wrong. Carolina tilting, and now the question is, how long does it take New York Subliners to figure it out? The host is going to do it for them. Always fun stuff here to figure out what is going on in the map 5, but add that delay to the tally.
Hey, sometimes you're just going to ride the roller coaster. We can have it smooth, we can have it rough, but we'll get there in the end. But right now we will figure out what is going on and get back to you. But clearly something amiss in the camp of the Ravens, and we're not just talking about the gameplay. They have struggled on that S&D the entire way through.
Yeah, no, not been a good look. Again, the First Bloods have not been going their way at all on a strategic front. They are creating small opportunities that are just getting absolutely punished by New York. Even the cheeky spots coming through. Again, Gwyn out here playing off angles and Kismet just making the reads. So New York seemingly on Karachi just ahead of the game, and now Carolina going to have to deal with the frustration. Not good vibes in the camp when you're in the middle of potentially getting reverse sweeped, especially so when the rounds are falling like they have. Got to regain, but right now I'm looking at the faces, and I don't think anyone's going to be that voice just yet.
No. Clearly they are listening, whether it's to a coach or an admin or something, because none of the Ravens are talking. On the other side of it, the Subliners, the skies could not look more relaxed.
I mean, it has been a talking point, even amongst players this year, of sort of just like team culture and how much of like, you know, playing with your friends, your brothers, getting that like level of chemistry like out in game goes a long way. Subliners obviously have like the team chemistry in spades. That was a major factor in why these guys ended up world champs just last year, because even when they like bottomed out of certain tournaments, their confidence was absolutely never shaken. I mean, I remember going into like the final major before champs at Toronto, where like the coaches were just like, nope, we're gonna win this tournament. Like, we just know for a fact we'll let Wardy sub in for a game or two. Like, we don't need the extra reps of like the you know, the online matches. Like, we don't care anymore. We've made it. We're the best team. Now it's just the final 2 tournaments. So Subliners always a squad bringing those vibes. And obviously, again, it is something that goes a long way. Something maybe half the teams, maybe even less than that, really have been able to pull together in a strong way. But it is also something that, you know, it just does. It takes time to build.
It really does. And it's also a lot easier when you're winning. It's always good vibes. True. When you are winning, it's a lot harder to have good vibes and that sort of culture when you can't get anything going. But right now, it looks like the teams are probably locked in, I think. but I'm gonna guess here. I think the Ravens are still listening to something, whereas the New York are chatting amongst themselves by the look of it, because Kismet is either talking about the game, but Hydra was having a laugh with Sky. So I don't know what's going on with these two squads, but it does feel like a little bit of difference in the mentality at the moment.
Even just the parallel of seeing one team like just in the sunlight. You don't want it glaring in your eyes necessarily, like Sid may be struggling just a touch in that regard, but it's just, you know, your mood is better when you're in daylight compared to the pit of despair in darkness. So a little bit more difficult potentially to deal with, but again, obviously you have New York Subliners. Maybe not playing in a facility, maybe playing in like an apartment complex, but they are all together. Get to enjoy that team vibe.
Well, I think that can help things in so many ways as well. You know, talking between maps is easier when you can kind of get the inflection from in-person communication. But it doesn't matter. This is all just us trying to give an insight into how these players are playing this out in their mind at the moment. But realistically, all of our waffle doesn't matter. It's about the gameplay. It's about what they do when they perform. And you can see right now, they are sitting forward, the headsets are on, and they are starting to log back in.
And Bryce, you're definitely going to have to help me with this one. I believe it was it 3-1 or 4-1 round count that we're potentially going to go into? I know Carolina, the final round, spawned in on defense, so it's exactly where we left off.
Yeah, 4-1 was the score. I haven't had anything from the admins telling us any different, but if we do, we'll be the first to tell you. At the moment, though, Hydra has hit this one like a madman, but he is playing his life and he's getting out.
Yeah, and again, just the confidence that you're able to play with. If he's in this spot, Carolina going to have to slow things down just a little bit and worry about that Hydra Thorn in your side. Skies is going to get back down, but you see the bomb. It is slow roaming over towards A. And in the meantime, Hydra collects that first blood. The Thorn in your side has struck, and they're making the instant rat back over to B. I mean, Klizmet has made it towards the bridge, so they've cleared out a bit of the map and with a man advantage. Carolina do not want to see this bomb go down, but I don't think they're going to have a choice.
They're having to back up here. You can see Felony right there, but guns against him. Reinforcements coming over. It will be Clayster who tries to get this one. Clayster will find Hydra. 2 versus 3. It's a little bit more doable, but with bomb down, it is difficult.
Yes, the most difficult bomb site to retake, especially with the man disadvantage. I don't even know if you're ever going to read this off angle from Sid. There's no reason someone would ever play here, but when you got the man advantage, you can do things like that as easy as it could possibly get. And Skies is, I don't know how to explain that. I don't know. He's having fun. He's having fun, Bryce.
Sometimes that's the best way to be. All kind of relaxed, a little bit loose. Gives you good opportunities for reflexes. And I don't know, man, this has been a game of two halves, to use an English football term. New York did not look good in the first 2 maps, but they have looked amazing in the next 3.
Yeah. And Bryce, if you're just looking at the player cams, like, it looked like it was over before the reset. Like, there is just no good vibes flowing through Carolina. They look defeated, and I think New York Subliners, again, just a round away to deliver that final fate. Nice little angle for Kismet. Doesn't take an ounce of damage and nearly kills 2. Another first blood, and the round collapses. It is all up to Clayster with absolutely nothing but a dream.
He finds one, but New York are about to put this one to bed, surely. 59 seconds, no bomb here for Clayster. And New York, they can smell the victory. It has been served onto their plate over and over again. And there's the gunning, there's the win. And there is the revenge for Boston, for New York. A slight redemption for them after everything that has been said. But it wasn't the cleanest of games. And maybe a silver line for New York for that one. The Ravens obviously have some things to work on.
You are not wrong about that, but I mean, that is a game that very much could have been a 3-0 for Carolina. They pulled the defense on the round 5 on high rise, but the Subliners players just taking turns, popping off and making the big plays. I know Skies was the focal point of many of them, especially towards the end. Hydra obviously getting a couple first bloods, Kismet doing his thing the entire time. So again, as you pointed out, sort of the tale of 2 halves. Bit of a sloppy start. They're getting punished on that final rotation to P2 on the sub base, getting bullied on invasion. But as soon as they iced up, they never looked back on the high rise. 2 just obliterations on the final 2 maps.
Yeah, it really was. Unbelievable start to this one. The road to Miami is certainly going to be a fun one to witness. But hey, a map 5 for those two teams, and yeah, an absolute ton to take away. But fortunately, we have a desk dedicated to that duty. Guys, over to you.
Thank you so much. We got Brycey, we've got our man Chance done for the night, and we're done as well. Only 2 matches here on day 1, Allie. What did you think of the second match from the Subliners?
I was really worried at first. Obviously, you know, I did change my pick to Carolina Royal Ravens. I didn't expect it to go the way it did, but New York come fighting back with one of the, I believe, 5 now reverse sweeps that we've had so far this season.
Yes, and Royal Ravens were one of those teams who got a reverse sweep. They did it over Legion. That was qualifier 1. Now they get reverse swept. And Nameless, you called it in the green room. As soon as New York started in that game 3 on the comeback, you said, listen, this is going to a game 5, and it's going to be 6-1 or 6-2 in search.
Yeah, I just feel like it would be that way. You know, the way that the map's set up. I thought New York trolled a little bit, not picking Rio as map number 1. They go ahead and play Subbase, which is a map we've seen Carolina be very good at. And they start off hot, but Carolina just got the guns rolling, able to take that victory. And then in Search and Destroy, that has been the game mode that Carolina needs to get better at. The only map in the rotation that they have a win on is Invasion S&D. They're now 3-0 on that map mode combination, but every other map they have not won in S&D. So as soon as we get to this Karachi, you know, sort of the same story. You know, in terms of First Bloods, Carolina's been very bad. Their defense has been very bad. Once again, we saw it happen throughout this map, and you know, sort of some of their plays, like on offense, trying to work over towards Coop and get that bomb down. You have no pressure mid, so New York doesn't really have to worry about it. So they sort of just group up on the street and play the trade game. Everything was just working perfectly, and Carolina wasn't taking any space. So for them, they have a lot of improvement they need to make in the search game.
Yeah, you made a really good point there. I feel like so far on the defensive side for Carolina Royal Ravens, on this Karachi specifically in game 5, they just gave way too much space on the map. They were not playing aggressive on defense at all. They weren't even pushed up to bridge side over on the B-bomb side. So a lot of review there needed for the Carolina Royal Ravens. But you know, that map 1 was crazy.
It's crazy, map 1. Yeah, it was very tight. 6-1 though in game 2 kind of caught me off guard. Were New York playing with their food too early on? You mentioned you didn't like the sub base in this series.
I just think it was the map pool situation. I think they probably have been doing really well in sub base and scrims, and it's a map that New York's going to have to be good on to contend with some of the top teams. But it just got out of their hands a little bit. You see what happens when you get that bunker spawn. You lose P2, you get bunker, and then you guaranteed lost P3 unless you make a miracle happen. That's exactly what happened. They lose about 120 points between those 2 hills.
Our play of the game is the moment the Royal Ravens will be thinking about until their next match. It is round 3, the very end of the control. Allie, looking at this mini map, what was going down here?
Yeah, unfortunately, they just had no info on this player number 4. He's playing extremely passive up in their spawn and is able to hit a route through the outer side of the map, get that first blood, and kind of causes Carolina Royal Ravens to call him out and go on this hunt, which allows a player like Skies on a 5-3, Hydra on a 3 to lock them into this horrific spawn blunder.
Yeah, it's just, you're just losing so many lives,
Yeah.
right? Like at the end of this round, like Skies gets through and he finds 2, it's just gonna slow down. Like what Carolina's playing for here is to try to put you in a spawn trap, but they're never able to do it. Like Skies buys enough time for Hydra to get pushed up, then Hydra buys enough time for the rest of his team to come in and find their ones, and before you know it, it's 8-4, and then you can just play the number game, which is exactly what New York did.
Royal Ravens slowly unraveling until that 6-1 defeat in a game 5 hands the Subliners their first win of Major 1 and a much needed win after falling to this Ravens team on land. And we were talking about it in the green room. If Ravens 3-0'd the Subliners today, you have to just say straight up they have their number, right, Allie?
Yeah, you have to say something's going wrong, but they fight their way back in and later half of the series, man. There's still some hope for our defending world champs.
There you go. That is your scuff play of the game, but it's now time for our monster winner spotlight. We got the Bulldog joining us live from New York. How we doing, Kismet? Congrats on tonight's win.
I'm doing good, man. I see your shirt, by the way. That shirt is fire.
Ooh,
I got to do a little quick shout out.
You know, it's good luck, have a little bit of fun, and stand clear. All right, there it is. Thank you, Subliners, for all of the gear you sent our way here at the studio. But Kismet, talk to me a little bit about Hardpoint, because in Game 4, Nameless was commenting over and over again. You were 7-12 at one point, but he said you were playing flawlessly because you are the man controlling the map. What do you do for your team in Hardpoint specifically?
I guess it just kind of depends. I think I've taken the role of like understanding I can slay, but also there's times where that map, for instance, the beginning, I was like you said, 7-12. I was not getting kills, but I was just, I don't know. I just understand the game to know when I need to make plays, and that's the thing. Like I think people are starting to learn as the time goes on with Call of Duty that sometimes you might be negative, but the plays you're making is the reason why your teammates are pos 10 or whatever. So I think that's kind of why, like, I don't know. I fit this team really well with that. So.
You definitely do.
Yeah, you're making some great plays. And, you know, watching you guys play Invasion and play it so perfect like that, it begs the question, where are the struggles coming from in Hardpoint? Like, I see in this series, you guys go ahead and you pick sub base, which is a bit surprising because I would expect you guys to like Rio. What's the deal there? What's going on in HP?
I mean, subbase has been looking phenomenal in scrims, so that's just one of those things. It's unfortunate the match comes. I mean, I think we were blowing them out of the water at the beginning. We just a couple hills went their way, and you know, I think Troy made a really good point after map 1 and 2. He was like, honestly, guys, we're playing really good. We're getting a lot of kills. We're just not together. Like, it doesn't matter how good you're playing, as long as we're not, like, if we're not doing things together, we're not going to win. And I think we really took that to heart going into map 3, 4, and 5. Like, everything we were doing, we're just like, you know, holding each other's pockets, just trading kills, and it showed what we can do, I guess.
So safe to say that subbase has been looking good in scrims.
Oh, subbase has been looking really good. It's just one of those things. Like I said, they played good. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't care, bro. You square up. I don't care.
Kismet, I kind of want to ask you a bit about, because obviously Major 1 didn't go the way you or any of the New York fans probably expected it to be, and now even in this series, you know, to start off going down 0-2, you guys fight your way back in 3 maps in a row. I just want to give the floor to you right now to speak to New York and your fans as a whole, as how the team is feeling and what you're looking forward to as we move through Major 2.
Yeah, I mean, I stream a lot and I talk about it. I don't know, we feel good. You know, things happen. It's competition. Sometimes, you know, teams come out and they're just going to have their day, and we didn't have our day in the weekend. And, you know, it sucks. And I'm sorry that, you know, we want to perform for you guys. We want to perform for ourselves and our organization. It's just, you know, it's one of those things where we have to have a goldfish memory towards that. And I think we've done that going into scrims leading into this major split. And I think this match, granted, we went to map 5, I still think, you know, it still has a lot of good things that came from it. So I'm happy about that. And to the people that are supporting us, you know, we love you guys. So appreciate you.
So Kismet, I'm playing ranked tonight. I'm trying not to suck, and I can learn from your stream. Where are you streaming at, my guy?
Twitch.tv/Kismet6_.
Nailed it. That's
And you can
Kismet.
find the NCW.
That is the Subliners, and go learn from one of the best SMG leaders in the game.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much, Kismet. All right, that was match number 2. It is done. But the first match, well, it was over before it began. It felt like Toronto taking control over Miami Heretics. A big welcome to the league for Eric Boom from Scrap and Crew.
Yeah, a whole lot of bark and a whole lot of bite from the Toronto Ultras going up against Miami today. And, you know, you want to give grace a little bit for Eric Boom simply because, you know, sometimes scrims can go one way and the actual matches can go another. And it's our first look at him as well in this roster. So for Miami, still a lot of work to be done, but I mean, it was just Toronto Ultra getting the job done.
Listen, you can only go up from here. They got absolutely slammed, but he did get comfortable on that game 3 in the control. They showed some life, Scrap shot some bodies, and it seems like the team really rallied together. Yeah. It's going to be about developing him as a player, but also the team, right? Like the other 3 aren't absolved from how they performed at Major 1. They have to bounce back.
Yeah, Metals had the worst KD on the team for that final game. You can't just look at the numbers, though, as we talked about with Kismet. If you break it down, the whole of the squads, though, Toronto doesn't have a weakness. We're looking for it in these 3 games. And it seems like maybe if there is one, it's overconfidence.
Honestly, yeah. The one thing I would have said about Toronto is maybe their S&D was a little shaky, but go back and listen to that interview from Envoy. They are working on not being as one-dimensional, working on giving teams a lot of new looks, and that's even more terrifying in putting the league on watch because Toronto Ultra, the possibility of them getting better is very scary for the rest of them.
They don't have a weakness yet, but I will say the search and destroy map pool. Search and destroy map pool. It's room for a little concern. We'll see.
All right, we're going to keep eyes on you, Toronto. They're back in business on Sunday. If you're looking to join us tomorrow, though, here's how the schedule is going to break down. We kick things off with the Royal Ravens back in action as they take on a struggling Boston Breach featuring ASIM in the lineup. We got the Miami Heretics back against FaZe, and we'll close it out with Seattle and Brezzy going up against the New York Subliners. A 3-match day kicking off at 2:40 Eastern here with headquarters. Before we go tonight, I want to ask you guys, what are you going to be doing to people in ranked?
Not good things. I don't think I can say that live.
Yeah, that's why I threw you under the bus, Nameless.
Absolutely slamming. I'm getting my top 50 back.
We're hopping to Dashy's backpack. We'll see you online. Join us tomorrow, 2:45 Eastern for headquarters day 2.
Yeah. AK, let's go. Estoy cansado de los falsos y les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque es solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo, ya no más amigos, porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He retomado el control, tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que
Weak, close.
Nice. One there, Calf.
Yeah, Calf killed me. Top out.
Calf weak.
Falcon.
Alex jump down. He's still in yellow car. Weak.
I can kill him.
Give me L.
He's right on me.
L.
One shot again.
One
left. Up point, bro.
One's out now.
Mid cut.
Too slow, buddy. You haven't got
Shit.
time to go dumpster. You haven't got time for that.
I got world starred. Oh my god.
Yeah, he was shooting guff. I've just seen that in the death cam. The guy's jumped off plan. I'm like, surely he's getting his kill.
Yo.
Your hair is amazing.
So moisturized.
It's not a myth. It's native.
One of their Rika hardpoints sitting at 1-1, but the last time that they played it, 250 to 168 by Carolina, who just got eliminated. So I think enough for the stats, man. I'm just excited to get into this gladiator battle.
Let's see. It's a story that has been written a number of times, but a brand new chapter. The Green Wall revitalizing Optic. Boston, let me hear you. We got Optic versus FaZe. Let's lock in and let's get it on.
And already off the rip, if you are Optic Texas, on a map like Subbase, you prefer the opposite side. Always trying to control the 3-story, but if you're winning the gunnies, you're able to flip it with the gun. They get 3 dead, the spawns now flip. Atlanta FaZe forced to break.
Zalian very aware of the circumstances, currently overpassing this first hill. But the lay of the land looking good for the Green Wall. Zalian dealt with topside P2, so time continues to tally. Now the subs for Atlanta getting involved, but can't fully break. We go a little bit back and forth. Final 1v1 for the scrap, which Draza will take.
And Draza, you know what he's been doing wonders for this Atlanta FaZe roster. I feel like both of these teams on the offseason, they get some better players, and they're going to be able to have Chals the entire time. Dashy finds 2, but Optic are still holding on to the preferred side. You want to stay alive as long as you can. Trades going down towards the middle of the map, but it's all about that P2. Optic are going to be there first.
Only one member to possibly make a mess of this for FaZe. That's number 6 in white, Abizi. And he's kind of stuck right now over towards P5. Does find Dashy up top and will stun himself forward. Little pinch play being set up, but the trade's good for Optic. Spawns will move around a little bit, and the hardpoint will go neutral at the same breath.
Oh, now Optic have to work their way out of warehouse side. You have one player sneaking his way up through mid, but the rest of Atlanta FaZe have the cutoffs. Simp, that's a big kill to take him down from top snow, but now you have to execute this break. You have to try to flip these spawns. Datsy works his way up the left side. He finds one, but it's still better trades coming in from Atlanta FaZe. They're still in control.
28 seconds remaining. Pred not quite able to get through the P2 window. Shotzzy, last one left, waiting for help. The rest of Atlanta have completely reinforced from the back. Kills still go back and forth. Is there enough of a chance here for Optic to actually break through this? Atlanta just getting back to the hard point so darn quick, and the kills continue to come through for FaZe.
They're just coming out on top in these trade fights. Simp already sitting at 10-5, 15 engagements, and we're only in the second hard point. But Atlanta FaZe are finding the kills to hold the right spawn. So you see Optic Texas, now we have to start hitting a couple routes. Dashy through the left, Kenny through the right side. A big one-on-one across the map. Kenny wins it. So now if you are Atlanta FaZe, these next gunfights can cost you these spawns.
Yeah, it's just these exit kills haven't been particularly great for Optic to this point. Hardpoint stays neutral for now as Atlanta's rotating over from 2 quickly to 3. Shotzzy up top, just just able to find the last shots in towards Strava, then heads down, finds himself a double, and Shotzzy coming up big for Optic as the rotation gets locked in.
And every single time Optic play against Atlanta, when they find success, it's through the back of what Shotzzy is able to get done. A 1.3 every single time he plays Atlanta. And that leads to Optic Texas finding the break at P3. This 25 seconds is going to be theirs. You still have Atlanta FaZe applying pressure over towards P2. They want to try to hold that next hill from the front.
Really good shots from Abizi. Makes life easy for Celium to make sure that scrap time does go neutral. Over towards tunnel side. Draza opens things up for Atlanta. Dashy still in position. Pred nearby. So Optic still have numbers for this rotation. Can he get the second? Oh, big from Bruce. That will get the lockdown in. Trophy systems up. Now it's just down to reading how Atlanta's trying to set up this break.
Dash is going to do what he does best. Soak up that hill time and make sure no one is going to contest that point. You still have Fred roaming around the middle of the map, just trying to be the cutoff man, but now he gets taken care of. All of Atlanta FaZe have to spam tax through the front side of the tunnel. Do they have enough trophies to slow this one down? Kenny is going to get hit by one, but it's all out pressure from Atlanta through the front.
Here it comes, big flood, 3 members large. Draza getting the opener, but how about Shotzzy and Dashy? Leaving things up to the last 2 members remaining, and Optic will hold on. 30 seconds still remain. Atlanta trying to get back into mid-map, but Shotzzy there to beat him now on 3 in a row.
And this is the perfect play right here from Optic. You find a clean 4 dead. Now you have to be aggressive up on the map, and now Shotzzy just has to play his life. He finds another one onto a BZ. He's able to finish the kill, but not able to stay alive. So if you are Kenny in a crucial position, try to rotate over towards that P5 side. Optic, they flip the spawns. Draza, you have to make something happen here.
Trying to play his life, stun, locks him up, and that'll be enough for Shotzzy to follow up, find the elimination. Optic with numbers, not just on the old time, but also trying to get up towards the high ground, which Pred will clear a BZ out of. Quick transition from Optic and a huge stretch on the scoreboard for the team in green.
So far, this P4 to P5 chain has worked out flawlessly for Optic Texas. You're now forcing all of Atlanta FaZe to overextend, to try to fight through middle. They find those initial 2 kills. Can they find anything else to lead towards the break? At least they flip the spawns, but it's still Optic Texas contesting on this side of the map. The final 2 players dropped, and that's going to lead to an Atlanta FaZe break.
Yeah, FaZe swarming on both sides of the hard point, but with that told, Optic still find themselves in. 30 seconds remaining. Off the respawn, Kenny with the tally, 1 long-range shots. That's going to be 3 dead. Draza, last one left alive, and he does not have enough help to actually get into the hill. So this is already still good for Optic, keeping this hard point neutral.
Just maintaining that side of the map. You want to hold 3-story for the 4 out of the 5 hills that we have, and as long as you're trading efficiently, Kenny keeps repositioning around that top snow. He turned up, sitting at 16 and 11 on the 3 streak. They're finding all the kills. They're getting this remaining junk time, but now you have to focus that long side. You need to maintain those spawns.
It's all about the long con here for FaZe, trying to play through water side of the map, get themselves set up, like you mentioned, on the west side of the map, and the spawns will come in just as Draza opened up the hard point. 20-point game or so here. FaZe still trying to float around the middle of the map, but they're just not reading where Texas hit's coming from, and with that, Atlanta trying to lock in spawns are once again a little bit slow getting over towards the first hill.
Now if you are Celium in a crucial position towards top node, he finds that kill onto Kenny. Now he's going to be set up for the pinch. Just got to take down these last couple of players. That's 3. Next one is Fred, and you get him taken care of. Celium 15 and 7 on a 4 streak, in full control of the map currently. But you see the player that sneaks out, it's Kenny, to try to make something happen for Optic.
And he's just playing his life on the bottom side of the map, and actually Shotzzy on the other side also gets through. Atlanta trying to set up the Iron Curtain defense towards P2, but they have a couple of holes in the setup. Over towards the scrap time. Optic able to get on, so 12 seconds go their way. Still have about a 20-point game as they rotate to 2 and tally in the minimap. 4 players for FaZe already set up, looking to lock this thing in.
Oh man, and they were playing such a tight setup, but they clutch up in those fights, and now that's a clean 3 dead. The last player up is gonna be Pred. But this is another situation where Atlanta FaZe can get themselves right back into the game. It was a great P2 hold the first time, and they're doing it again.
It's all about if Atlanta can hold, they put themselves in a good spot, but Optic still finding kills. Prime time to listen in to see how Optic set up this break.
I'm on the back. I need help. One more on the back. I'll see him. He has to be back left, Ken. Back left. Nice hit. Pointing out. Turn around. Just tap into me. One on time.
I'm in the back, bro. I'm living.
Live.
They get my long, bro.
Yeah, live. I'm gonna P1. I'm gonna wrap P1.
I was laying down the back.
Push it there. The other push. I'm gonna go long. Stay alive.
I'm hitting outside.
I'm hitting long.
You're right in
front of us. Brendan. I'm coming.
One shot back in the room. One side of the back still. They spawned up P1.
Back. Nice.
PTV. Forklift.
Long and busy. One shot, busy long. Absolutely long. Eight's absolutely long. Watch your dark. He's in mid, literally blow.
You can just
That's it,
I'll get it. Once close here.
Okay, P2. He's in P2 stuff, so. He's eyeing P2.
Yeah, what is it?
There's 2-0. All right, 2-0. A BT
Seconds in.
I heard that.
We need to try to push it right, Luffy.
This is the game. This win is over.
Two drops on the heady, back P5. On the P5, like fence.
Okay, we got a pitch outside.
Yeah. Once P5. MC P5, front P2 snow.
I'll see the guy. We're hitting the front. Give us a second. There's no AG.
So.
I'll see the guy P5.
He could have been like front.
Pitch the guy in the back end.
I'll start
In the bloom, I think.
One to the back, still draw somewhere.
Okay, one time. He's still
Hold first.
And back up myself.
What's yo? He's
Tough stretch between the second and third hard points. You heard the call near the end. I'm just saying this is the game right here. They need to find a way to get over towards 4, but late in these sub bases, this is where Atlanta starts to turn up.
This is usually where they start having that clutch gene in them. 6-0. And HPs that are within 30 points. And so far, great hold in towards the P4. Throwing a couple shoulders. Sip is going to get taken down. Kenny finds him. Fred finds a third. It's all on to Draza. Pistol out. That's not enough. Optic Texas, they get the break. And with only 30 seconds left, you just need to trap them in towards the back. You have Celium working his way through top comms. This is a big kill if you can take him down. Kenny finds it. Optic holding strong.
2 for 1 go the trades. Dashy still holding things up. Just Simp, last one left alive, and he feels like he has to try to hit the scrap time. And there's the trap. Atlanta still spawning over towards dockside. P5 going over towards this front warehouse position, and Texas again dominating the high ground.
We just have to be able to read this overextension. Draza already finds himself in towards bottom middle maze. No, all of Optic, they know that they're not going to attack towards warehouse. They have to overextend. A big trade comes in from Dashy, but it's still no one on the point. They want to make sure they find all the kills before someone commits towards the time.
The AR's really starting to light things up here for Optic Texas. Atlanta able to get over towards 5 for now, but we're still back and forth, kill for kill we go. Finally, though, Texas able to swing things back over their direction. Problem is, their spawns are so far away. Atlanta looking at this last 30 seconds saying, we need it.
Even with the spawns being so far away, neither squad is getting any time. Optic are holding the crossfires. Atlanta face trying to find an opening, and that 2-piece might be just enough. Sitting already at 30, he finds 31, but Soul Man is now Kenny. He falls. The break comes in from Atlanta. Finally, someone gets on the point, but Dash is there for a nade. It's still Atlanta faces time.
Last hit from the last 2 players for Optic over to the front side of warehouse, and Celia meets him with the Renetti. How about a tie game? Boston 191-82 for now. Heading back over to P1. Both teams focused on getting these spawns locked in and the rotation to try to surround.
And the good thing is that Kenny and Dash just went on across the map. They find those initial 2 fights, so Atlanta face those 2 players who come off spawn. They're now going to realize we're on the bad side. Optic Texas, they cannot win it on this P1, but they flip the spawns and have the opportunity. You just have to hold down these power positions, selling him in a crucial one towards Snap. So hit some tax. Let's get him out of this spot.
This is all about, did the game plan for Optic pan out? This is their map selection. Still 30 seconds to collect. Atlanta's got to fight the war on both fronts. Need to hit through ult while also focusing the rotation, and Kenny is shutting it down. Another double comes through for him. Trade still allowing Atlanta a chance to fight back, but they just aren't getting the players out of the hard point. Every second is a crucial one here for Optic.
Optic, they're making it all happen. They are trading efficiently, making sure they're soaking that time. Dashy sitting at 2 minutes in towards the HP with only 10 seconds left. Atlanta phase, no, we got to get through P5. We have to push around Propane's side. Pred the first man to try to cut them off. Puts down a couple shots, but his teammates are going to be here to help him.
BZ gets around the back. What does this do to spawns for Optic? They still spawn in just as the hard point opens up, but the kills from the side doors looking decent. Pred on 3 in a row. Still into the hard point. 242 to 188. Atlanta looking for the break. Got the pistol. Now back over to the Red 80 once again. 247, 188. And nobody from Atlanta is going to be able to touch the flawless map 1 record squandered with the monkey wrench pick from Optic Texas.
Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her.
Earning a bachelor's degree doesn't have to put your life on hold. Not only does WGU have a generous transfer policy, but you get to complete coursework whenever works best for you. Study and take tests on your lunch break, after the kids go to bed, or with your morning coffee. Learn more and get started at wgu.edu.
Crumbs don't stand a chance. Try our free vacuums at Tommy's Express.
Try it again. Make it a little less psychedelic.
questioning Optic's decision to come out and play a map that they have not yet played on the season. But you best believe, every day in practice, they are getting reps on sub-base. Perfect game plan overall to start off 1-0 in this series, because Atlanta FaZe, they were undefeated in map 1. They were 8-0. Whenever they win that map 1, they usually tend to win the series. But if you give it to Optic Texas, that's when it all turns around. And just the perfect play, man. To play a map like sub-base, you're thinking about the strengths for Atlanta FaZe. It's usually through their SMGs. They now have to run ARs, so that makes it a little bit more uncomfortable for them. And through all the chaos, Optic Texas were able to rise out on top.
I gotta point to the assist totals here for Optic. Look how much help is coming across the board. 12, 11, 12, and 8. Sure, the assist numbers aren't bad for FaZe on the other side, but you could definitely see the influence of the team play coming through. Like you mentioned, a lot of good crossing routes being locked in by players like Kenny and Dashy, getting a lot of damage while also tailing a number of assists. So really good opening play. And again, the curveball that comes through, just trying to trick Atlanta a little bit in the map veto process. It works out beautifully for Optic to start off the series.
And now you're feeling really comfortable if you are Optic Texas.
Absolutely.
You're up 1-0 versus a team like Atlanta FaZe. I know you're going against the best search and destroy team in the game, but you are playing a map that you are really familiar with in map number 2. And just the way that they played in map number 1, you've seen what the ARs are doing. Dashy is soaking time, getting a couple kills, but what Kenny is able to do on the map, he finds himself towards top snow. He finds himself towards top comms as well, and he's also the guy hitting those deep routes to play those spawns. Kenny just played a crucial part to why they found success in map 1.
Rotation battles, if we get this thing before, rotation battles are going to be where we're really looking at, because both Cell and Dashy both have been great, not just statistically in the KD, but how they move around the map, what they're setting up their team for is all about trying to ride between hard point to hard point. And yeah, I think it's more importantly for this map, with the spawns not having moved between 2 and 3 yet with the hill placement, Optic did a really nice job of understanding what the game plan for FaZe is in hard point and almost beating them at their own tricks.
And usually at this moment in the game, Atlanta FaZe find something different inside of them. They find a couple kills, they're able to try to clutch on up towards the very end, but Optic, again, around that P1 HP, trade after trade after trade, and with them spawning on the preferred side, they're also trading and gaining that hill time, so it makes it a lot more difficult for Atlanta FaZe to make a decision on what they want to do. Do we get them off this P1? Do we play for the spawns? And at that point, it was just too late. Optic take game 1.
Yeah, but here's the good news for Atlanta fans as we start to look over towards the search and destroy. It's been by far one of Atlanta FaZe's best overall modes throughout the entirety of the year, and it's happening on both sides of the bomb. In particular, we're looking at the opening duel percentages. There is no one, it feels like in the game right now, better than finding opening kills than players like Selling. His record is great, but also the same point, they also can get done with their SMGs. Abezy and Simp, super aggressive, often the engagers, and they're often coming out on top of those fights.
And they've been doing it for years, man. Yeah. Those guys have been getting it done in this mode, search and destroy, for years to come. Even before they were pro players, they were grinding S&D tournaments, so they know exactly what they need to do.
Yeah. And now looking at this is a rematched map here between these two squads the first time they had played. And I think for Optic, it's not just the fact that we're going to see both the invasion here in the search, but potentially for map 4, but looking at their control, we are going to get high rise again, which did not really go all that well for Optic when they played Atlanta the first time online, but their attack is super good. And when you look at the high rise, what that could possibly lead them towards, you're looking at all the different records and how they get it done on offense. It's not just by kills, they're capping points like crazy. That could be big for them.
And that's big because, you know, on your attacking rounds, you need to make sure you're slaying. You want to take chances at gaining any segments, but the difference for them is on the defense. You have to be able to slay with the best in Atlanta.
On the other side, though, for Atlanta, I've got 5 map losses is what we're talking about. An unbelievable record overall. However, the thing is, it's not just happening in one place or the other. Atlanta's getting it done all over the place. And I think in particular, we saw in the last couple of weeks that FaZe were squaring up against what they consider to be lesser teams and playing maps that they had not necessarily been, I will say, as comfortable on as compared to what we saw in the beginning of the year.
And I think for Atlanta FaZe, the fact that they're looking like this is due to the addition of Draza. Like, we're talking about a guy that can get it done in every single mode. It does not matter. And now with him on the roster, it enables the rest of the players to go out there and be themselves. So they've been having success in every mode, but now they need to rely on that backbone S&D to not go down 2-0.
It was 6-3 last time that we saw these two teams square up. And in that particular matchup, Atlanta looked comfortable, like we continue to talk about on both sides. However, Shotzzy has been looking completely revitalized on stage. In Miami's game, he was dominant from start to finish, putting up the numbers that we normally expect. So can he have a repeat performance here? It's Optic on the offense first, and early eyes aimed over towards the B site.
Shotzzy's the playmaker, man. The reason why Atlanta were able to beat him online is because they soloed out Shotzzy majority of those rounds. You take care of that guy, and then you force everybody else from Optic Texas to slow on down. But into the attacks. Atlanta have no trophy systems to work with, so they just open this crossover towards B. The smoke's going to go down. Full bomb site control right now for Optic.
Good stun check coming out from Draza. Also cooks up a nade. The nade will not touch, though. So Shotzzy just playing a little bit further forward, seeing if he can catch contact on an aggressive defensive retake. Not to happen yet, though. Also keep your eye on the minimap, because there is a lot of mixiness that can happen here at mid-tank.
And they gave him the cross as well, so the bomb's going to get planted for free. It's going to be a 44 retake for Atlanta FaZe, and they pop the smoke through mid-cut. Sip finds the first. The trade is there, and now it's a 3v2.
That is an unbelievable defensive retake smoke coming out. Atlanta completely disguises their attempt through mid, and now Dashy deep has to try to work this alongside Brett. First couple of shots will tag Draza, the first defensive contested, try to lock things over towards the tank side. No one has hopped as of yet, and this is all about, is there going to be an actual battle for this? Celium gets the first, trade comes out, Pred in trouble, but he's got the rival 9, able to take down a second. This will be a 1v3, but Cell pushes him off, and there's plenty of time for the defuse.
It's a great retake right there from Atlanta. Starts with Sim finding that first blood. We saw that very play in the first entire map that we've seen from Atlanta FaZe on Invasion. He popped the smoke and ended up finding a 4-piece, but at least he gets one. He sets up a BZ to find the second, and then no trophy systems to work with. Optic try to play it from broken. They just slowly get picked apart. Atlanta FaZe strong on defense after they get the first blood, and they show it there.
And that's the big key, I think, for this match in particular, kind of looking at where Optic have been good in Search and Destroy. It has been by way of collecting opening first bloods on offense. On the flip side, though, Atlanta, off their objective play, has been unbelievable, both getting the bomb down and holding it, as well as retaking. So already the pattern's starting to come through just a touch as Atlanta take a lot of their focus again over towards B, but there is an idea here from Celium to try to get this long-range battle with Ashy. Both players see one another, but none worse for wear.
Just some information gained early into the round, and now with Kenny putting down a couple shots, Atlanta know they're both the ARs are spread across the map, but now you read the positioning of Shotzzy. He loves himself some broken. This is where he usually makes plays.
Going 1 for 1 would be good. Getting a second could be better, though. And the first kill comes through very quickly and very cleanly. The rest of Optic still kind of flooded around, making sure Shotzzy stays safe. And, oh, boy, he's looking to get super aggressive. If Easy does trade this back to a 3v3 in Shotzi's route, very well may eventually allow him to kill into Draza. Bomb down here for Atlanta, and now a 3v2 for Texas.
And there's only 30 seconds left. Beezy trying to cover some ground, walks right into the preem of Kenny. Now it's Celium left in a 1v3. He spotted Dash early into the round, takes him down eventually, but the trade is going to be there. But that round simply comes down to what Shotzi's able to get done.
Absolutely.
First blood into his broken, does not slow down, jumps right up to the treehouse. You always gotta expect some crazy movement out of Shotzi to put himself in a great position. He gets it done, Optic tie it up.
And the mind games that get established with the early conditioning of, hey, look at us, we're gonna be playing super aggressive. You have to worry about a lot early if you are Atlanta FaZe trying to come out of spawn. So we'll see if that continues to be the case when we switch the sides again. And I'll be curious if Atlanta's going to be prone to wanting to do the same things. Are we going to see a Simp or a BZ try to get aggressive in the same way that Shotzzy prefers to?
It's back for Optic Texas again. Tashi and Celium just going to say hi all the way across the street. The rest of the teammates are going to push up towards Broken. It's going to fall into the hands of Draza, who's going to first be the line of defense over there by the tractor. But you see a BZ at mid-cut. He's just waiting.
Yeah.
He's waiting for Optic to attack.
This almost feels like for Optic, it's more of a, can we catch someone maybe trying to get too aggressive from the FaZe defense? But not to happen as of yet. 55 seconds on the clock. Draza backs up over towards Tractor. A BZ on the cross. Both teams will get mutual information on this. So Optic slide over. A BZ gives away his position now a little bit more securely with nades to follow through. But Optic are not interested in this battle. They want to get Draza out and now take their focus back towards the pinch. And it's a 2-for-1 exchange. Fred turns it into a 3-for-1. Bomb to get planted.
And that's already the adjustments right there from Optic Texas. He said you smoked mid-cut, but this time I'm going to set Pred to go on the reflank. Celium left in the 1v3. Position now known. Great shoulder right there from Dashy, but this is too much ground to cover.
Yeah.
This is going to be very difficult for Cell.
Pred rotating over through Dark. He will be the one to find him. And I love that call from Optic saying, okay, BZ, we see you here, Dark. We know you're not going to push through it, though. We know exactly also where your teammate Draza is. Let's just flood and isolate him backside Tractor.
Because that first attacking round, they should have walked away with it. All they had to do was shut down that mid-cut push, and this time they were ready for it. They get that first kill. They solo out Draza towards the back end. Bomb goes down. Celium stands no chance. First attacking round of the map goes to Optic.
And a great start for Kenny, 4-1. And now for Optic, again, do we see those same mind games? What does Shotzzy prefer to do off spawn here? Dashy, once again, it's going to be another long game of tag, probably with Celium over towards this long A street. And there will be, again, a little bit more aggression here from Optic, but it's not as far forward for Shotzzy. This is just a double stack on the B side defensively with Kenny watching mid.
There's just so many different looks right now on Optic's defense. It's like you're expecting Shotzzy to be aggressive every single round alongside Pred, but this time they're going to play it nice and slow towards the backside of the B bomb. Dashy putting down a couple shots, just getting all the info he possibly can. But still nothing to gain. 30 seconds already knocked off the clock, and you are Atlanta FaZe. Just go towards A.
Yeah, and that's the thing, though. You can kind of see it. Not a lot of forward play up towards B Street because they may be worried about if Shotzi's gotten into the treehouse, but they also haven't seen anything at mid-tank. So this is just, again, Atlanta trying to find information on at least one more member from Optic, and they're really not getting it. Nades blow up over top of A. Simp will also get tagged, so here come Optic on the rotation defensively.
At least information now gained. They know that the pressure is going to be over towards A. At least the Kenny finding the first, but the trade is going to be there. There's only 25 seconds left, and Atlanta have to get that objective done.
The BZ's collected the bomb, but Optic's threat on the flank has been established. Here comes the commitment. Shotzzy, does he see a couple of toes? Sure does. Bomb not planted. Just falls once again to Cell. He'll get the first. Naps over, sees Shotzzy topside tank, but the help has arrived.
Sonic Pulled Pork Barbecue Cheeseburger.
When half of American parents can't find childcare, businesses may close. Citi is investing in Wonder School so they can give parents more childcare options and help towns across America get back to work. For the love of progress, Citi.
Introducing a completely reimagined Dick's and an all-new Golf Galaxy Performance Center. For a sports destination unlike any other. Welcome to your new Dick's and Golf Galaxy Performance Center.
And Optic take back-to-back rounds.
You can just tell right there on Atlanta's attacking rounds, like, they're expecting to see one of these SMGs up through the middle of the map. The fact that a minute goes off the clock, they're already pushed through Cafe, no one's playing an A-bomb corner. Yep. They take so long just waiting for someone to make a play from Optic, but it was both the SMGs up on the opposite side of the map. They come through and they get it done. That's 3 rounds in a row now for Optic.
So much mystery in the Optic setup. Had Atlanta hungry for intel. Hello, crowd. Here we go. Kind of feels like already for Atlanta, need to establish some of those current win conditions we talked about. Stop the bomb from being planted. So far, Optic 2 for 2 in overall plants. This time for Atlanta, a little bit of a forward play initially from a BZ, but he'll back up and just watch mid-tank.
And this is another different look by Optic Texas. This time we're going to take Cafe control Kenny. It's going to be the island player holding down broken side, but we do have one player sneaking on through. It is going to be Simp. That bomb is slowly working its way up. Shotzzy trying to edge his way out through Freezer.
And I think the more that Simp can get established over towards where this control zone would normally be, the faster Draza's going to feel like he can rotate over if he needs to. Problem is, does Atlanta actually have any intel? How many players for Optic are over the top of A? Lots of tags from BZ, but all of it through the wall. So everyone will stay up. We'll continue 4v4, 40 seconds on the clock. Now Draza's rotated over to help.
Shotzzy's just waiting. Shotzzy does not want to get bad timing. At least Draza finding the first blood. Doesn't spot Shotzzy, so he's at least able to even up the numbers. 3v3, only 30 seconds.
Commitment not fully established over towards A, and I don't know if Kenny actually saw the rotation back from Simp. No, I don't believe he had. So the rotation through mid-cut works out for one. Simp turns that into a double. Can't quite get away with his life. 15 seconds on the clock for what would be a 1v3 for Bruce. On a 3-3 as well. Bomb will be collected. Draza taken down. 1v1, but Celium is so far away. Dashy does, I believe, just have enough time for this plant. Yes, just barely. Celium not able to find the exit.
Oh my God, this is a 1v1. I didn't think he had enough time, but the timing not going in Dashy's favor. He does it with the pistol, but Celium is ready with that MCW in hand. Clutches up in the one-on-one gunfight. Secures the round for Atlanta FaZe. What was almost a 1v3 from Dashy. Yep. Celium gets the better of him.
And throughout all of it, the drama of what's the timeout going to mean? Were there connection issues on one side or the other? I would imagine that it looked like, based on the motion, that may have came from Atlanta's perspective, but hard to say.
I think Draza dropped.
Oh, there you go.
I think he's coming back down.
Yeah. So we'll see. Looks
it's
like
okay, guys. I'm telling you. Another 5 seconds, we're right back into it.
Yeah. Status doesn't change as far as how the round was determined. And it looks like everyone is still locked into the monitor, so everything should be good to restart this one pretty darn quickly. Okay. So, big retake again from FaZe. We talked about this. Their ability to play off the objective has been strong, and they showed it here once again with another clutch round.
Just started with Draza finding that first kill.
Absolutely.
Like Optic Texas, they had full control of that A site with about a minute left on the clock. But Shotzi does not want to get bad timing committing towards that bomb plant. Just takes too long, leading to Draza getting that first kill. Even though he finds the trade, you probably want to put that bomb down in that situation because it's a lot more difficult for Atlanta FaZe to break right into your cafe to try to successfully retake that site.
Yeah. So what next here for Optic setup? We've seen a lot of variety so far, and that's, I will say, just kind of thinking back to their match they played just a week ago, that it's already very different. It feels like the playbook has really been fleshed out a lot. Thing about it is it's hard to plan against this Atlanta team because the individuals are not just incredible, but their ability to keep you guessing is also just as high. So here we go, right back into it. Not much of a delay, just another 3-2 as Atlanta start to get things going on their next offensive attempt, and a 3-man defensive stack here from Optic, looking to get aggressive again.
It's another different look. This time we're going to take DVD Alley, and don't know if Simp's going to be able to read this. Definitely not going to read two. Pred finds the first blood. That's now bombed down at DVD.
And this is all about just can you find a quick recovery here from Atlanta, not just in the live, but of course in particular to collect this bomb and get back onto your offensive ways. Nades and stuns from Abizi over towards mid-tank. Pred has backed out though, so he'll stay safe and we continue to 4v3.
And as long as you're Optic Texas, just not give up anything for free. Don't challenge any one-on-ones you don't have to. Just put yourself in a nice little angle, setting up crossfires, and that's exactly what Pred is doing. He has to take 1 second up through that mid-tank, and he might get a kill onto Draza.
It's all about isolating Shotzi at the moment. Atlanta just hard-pressed to find him, and Shotzi just trying to wiggle away. He does at least extend his life long enough for a trade to come through. 3v2, bomb still down. A lot of pressure onto Atlanta to find a kill and still collect. Shots to Pred, decent, but not enough for a kill. Draza scouted, and that's enough damage for Pred to find the follow-up. Now, once again, down to Cell. This will be another 1v3. 15 seconds. Ops did not play for the bomb, instead wants the kills, and he gets crossed up. Optic with another round up 4-2.
Man, these mid-game adjustments right now from Optic Texas, you could definitely tell. They went back and watched last week VOD and just said, if we throw so many different looks at them, they can't easily read us, and that's exactly what's been happening so far. Pred and Shots combine for the first blood in towards DVD. And then they just let that clock continue to wind down. You force Atlanta FaZe to make a play on their side, and just not enough time left. Selling him in the 1v3 eventually turns into a 1v2, but he just did not have the bomb. That's an easy round for Optic.
This gap has to be tightened up here for Atlanta. Need to find some of that objective pressure here defensively as once more, here come Optic with numbers, but this time it's a BZ through mid. Quick hit up through P1. That's good for first blood. And now a very rare 4v3 for Atlanta.
And that's the first blood of the entire map for BZ. He's usually Mr. First Blood. Finally, he comes out on top in one engagement. Now in a 3v4, you have Shotzi slowly working his way up through Broken. He is that bomb carrier, but you see the rest of Atlanta FaZe. They're not budging. They're waiting for the play to come in.
Shots come out. Draza's been seen. Do they expect the second contestant? Now they do, but it's too late. Simp over towards square. Good for the kill. Shots. He drops the bomb now. Front side B tank. Defense still very comfortable in their setup at the moment in this 4v2.
Yeah, you don't have to move. You have everything cut off. All the crossfires being watched. In 4v2, we just have to trade. Early shots does get Draza to back down a little bit. At least Kenny finding him, but Simp is there. Cellium finds the final. It's too strong of a defensive setup right there from Atlanta FaZe on the back of Abizi finding that first blood.
Yeah, and if you look back to the last Atlanta defense, Abizi made the same play, just didn't extend it through P1. This time he does, not having any contact from the prior round, and it works out beautifully for FaZe for a very, very quick opening first that really there was no chance to ever counter. So, can they turn it into 2 in a row to get this thing back to a level terms at 4 apiece? From Optic's defensive perspective, though, again, it's been here's us all once, here's none of us at all. It's just been a lot of this back and forth between tempo, fast and slow both.
Let's see how they make the adjustments to get in another defensive round. It's all a lot pressure in towards the cafe. Early shots from Kenny at least gains the information on where the pressure's coming in, but Shotzi already finds himself in towards DVD. Can he find the timing on this pinch?
And how about this from FaZe? Quick plant coming through, and Optic is no wiser for this at all. Bomb planted, you can see every arrow on the minimap just immediately snaps over saying, uh-oh, we gotta go. Problem is, Celium's gonna be on an island, so you have to worry about that positioning as this retake starts to get underway.
Yeah, you gotta move fast. You gotta move fast because you saw Dashy. He did pick the street thinking that Celium was gonna go for a late pitch, but it's Shotzzy with the movement to find the first blood. Only 2 players left on the site.
And here comes Cell for a long pinch as well. So for FaZe, it's all about just can you hold off this backside and push Cell, able to take down Ice Cream, and then a follow-up. Oh, the post-plant hold. It's beautiful from FaZe. Oh, it's a 4-for-1 exchange, and we will get leveled up at 4 apiece.
That was just a perfect blind counter right there from Atlanta FaZe. All out pressure up through B. Shotzzy usually plays around that broken area, or at least towards back tractor, but this time he takes DVD. They all walk right on by, and then when they put that bomb down, 100% success rate.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to try to retake it, and then when you have Celium working the super long flank to find 2 on the pinch, it's a greatly executed play right there from Atlanta, tied up at 4.
That's the thing about how Cell plays that island too. He could reinforce this by on the offensive side playing through B, or he'd just push right down A Street and have you kind of thinking that he's everywhere all at once. Optic on this next offense, a key round for both sides to try to get to 5 first. And this is another different look coming out. FaZe kind of stacking over through DVD side, where the only intel that Optic are giving is, once again, we know that Dash is going to try to take this 1v1 versus Cell.
And all you have to do if you are Optic Texas is to make sure anybody's watching over mid-tank, because now you have cafe control. You're in a position again where you have full A site. This time we have to just work that bomb plant. Shotzzy works his way out. They get the info onto towards the middle of the tank, but Trophy System is going to keep him alive for now.
Kenny and Draza also near one another. Both will back away. Bomb being planted. Shotzzy this time does get it down, even though BZ gets first blood. Trade comes out. Sim has someone in his sights, and that'll be enough for Atlanta to take a 3-for-1 exchange. Sim with the final kill. Has Atlanta now on 3 rounds in a row and on map point.
Just comes down to position right there of Simp. Like, you get the bomb down for free. Shotzi's instantly taken down, but you're not expecting a second player to be aggressive with that rival 9 through mid-tank. Finds 3 on the round. Atlanta FaZe just knows something a little bit different when it comes to closing out these search and destroys. 3 rounds in a row, now put them at game point.
Just their retake percentage is so unbelievable. I mean, for a team that finds as many first bloods as they do, they're not often required to get retakes, but even in situations of even numbers, 3v3s, 2v2s, they're so good at playing around the objective. So now it's on to Optic. Can you find a way to get this thing to a round 11? Not really any individual that you're looking at. Everyone's played well to this point. It just comes down to the mind games that are starting to develop in this game of chess between Optic and Atlanta.
This time for Optic Texas, their setup is going to be a 2-2 split. Kenny towards the backside of the tractor, but Shotzzy now information gain. He slides to Broken. With that smoke, he's able to get out with his life. Big play coming in out of Shotzzy, but Draza finds the first blood on the Kenny.
And they know that Shotzi's only position could be tight up against this B site, so he needs help. Pred's rotated over. Abizi on the hunt. Shotzzy trying to make something happen, but that's a square peg meeting a round hole. So Pred steps forward. Atlanta not committing to this play yet, and the longer this takes, the more that there's silence across the map, the more that Optic starts to doubt that this is a play towards B.
Yeah, you see Dashy already rotating back over towards the A Street, but now Pred spots a couple players crossing in front of him. Dashy, you gotta come help me. Everyone from Atlanta FaZe is on this side of the map, and Simp takes down Pred. Big Brucey, the Batman, 1v4.
Good luck, have fun. Smoke covers the cross, so he's got to do this through the ice cream door. Pops everything, the bomb getting planted. So Dashy only finds a single kill. And how about the stretch of rounds in a row from Atlanta FaZe? Oh man, Optic came out, I will say, with a lot of versatility, but FaZe not fooled, throws it right back in their face.
That's what makes them the best search and destroy team that we have in the game.
Agreed.
The way that they are able to make those mid-game adjustments, those mid-round adjustments, just reading what Optic are doing. Those first 6 rounds was like, all right, Optic are throwing this at us. They're throwing this at us. Okay, but if we take this, they're going to have to do this.
Yes.
They started to figure that out towards the later half of this search and destroy. And what was that? 4 rounds in a row to close this one out. They're the best team in search and destroy, and they show it there. They tie the series up at 1.
And they do it by way of not just finding good retakes, good objective play, but they also started to pick things up in the first blood department as well, which has been kind of their bread and butter, no matter what search and destroy map we find ourselves on. So the talents across the board, really no one you can point to say, oh, wish we could have had more from that person. But the biggest point is both teams should have expected our next map to hit the pool. Optic don't like invasion. FaZe don't want to give them Karachi, so naturally high rise will be our control once again. in this second matchup between these two teams.
And I think that that's the map that's going to decide everything, man. Whoever's able to walk away with this control, you obviously have the advantage in the series, but just the momentum going forward. Best map for Atlanta FaZe, kind of a mid one for Optic. You need this map to walk away with the W.
And then, of course, that also guarantees us a map for Invasion, which is also a rebuttal from when these two teams had played previously. But I'll tell you, to this point, the Optic FaZe legacy and rivalry that has continued to kind of echo across the halls of Call of Duty has provided. High Rise coming up next. Feels like an important one for both sides. See how it goes when we come back.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Painted Alebrije bundle is available now in the Call of Duty store. Inspired by the folk art of Oaxaca, this stunning bundle offers colorful, vibrant, and mythical items you gotta check out.
It's taken my family generations to perfect the perfect curry. Patax makes perfect.
It's like your taste buds said, kick me, and the kicking Cajun chicken was like, okay, at Jimmy John's.
Welcome back to Boston and welcome to Optic versus FaZe. Tied up 1 apiece. I'm Ship with me, Study, and we're going into a high-rise control, which, looking at how both teams have preferred to play the mode, this one is pretty predictable. The thing about it is, this is a map, and really every map feels like FaZe is just unkillable at times.
This is FaZe's bread and butter, man. They're 2-0. The only control that they are currently undefeated on. They don't want to play Optic on that Karachi map, so we get that out the way. We have our best control map with them choosing Team B. And the thing that really scares me for them is that they have the best non-traded kill percentage in the entire league. 70% of the time, every single player on Atlanta FaZe get a kill and they stay alive for an extra 5 seconds. Yeah. On a map like High Rise, that can come back to bite you because you have to come off spawn, check every single corner, and they make it difficult. So I think if you are Optic Texas, it's simply about the slaying. You have to slay with Atlanta on this map.
Confirm kills, especially when you find yourself on defense if you're Optic, because that has been statistically their worst side. And wouldn't you know it, that's the side that they will spawn up on. FaZe focused over towards hitting in the underground, and with that Optic just trying to take long-range battles, which Draza starts us off with first blood.
Big first kill to take down Kenny. Now you have the opportunity to go over towards that A side, but it's still a great trade going down towards the middle of the map. Optic find 3. Last player up is going to be Simp. You get the stun in, but you don't win the gunny. The trade is going to be there. So Optic holds strong in their first line of defense.
Look at the positioning. Well, initially from Shotzi, he was all the way up towards the top side of Atlanta spawns, forcing FaZe off spawn to try to reconsider how they want to try to break out B from the front. Unfortunate team nade coming out, leaves Brent by himself. Dashi, that was a critical mistake. Draza gets 2, Celium follows up, and now FaZe on with 3 members at B.
That's 3 members on with a clean 4 dead. So now Optic are in a situation where you have to work your way out of the spawn. You have to check every corner, and Abizi is cutting you down. That's another 4 dead. It had to be in the sling, and already off to a bad start. Atlanta up by 6 live. That's already be done and dusted. We're already working on it.
Now Abizi can just be frustrating. Just kind of keep finessing your life for as long as possible. Quick trade comes out. First tick of progress, though, is locked for Atlanta. Follow-up elimination.
Oh my God.
It's absolutely perfect from FaZe. Now again, a 3-man stack comes through. Second tick going to get locked. Optic need to find the kills. They need to find a way to go, and they aren't able to do so. A lightning fast offense.
That might be the fastest offense we're going to see all year long.
I like that call.
We're talking about multiple 4 deads at the right time. That round ended 22 to 14 in lives remaining, and even with them extending that time over towards B, there was still 1 minute and 57 seconds left on the game clock. Picture perfect round right there from Atlanta.
Wow. Talk about just an absolute complete blowout in the first round. And that's going to bring back, I think, a little bit of PTSD for Optic fans from the last time they played, because it was a 3-0 when they played this match when they had it online.
But I know that attacking round wasn't that damn fast.
No, it wasn't. No.
That's scary. If Atlanta FaZe come out swinging like that, because Draza starts it off, pretty sure he earns himself a cruise missile potentially as well, but...
Yeah, 7-1.
If you are Optic, you just got to forget about that round. That one did not happen. We're basically spawning in the first round on the attack.
Yeah, exactly. Down 1-0.
Yeah.
It's not good any way you slice it. Small timeout here, as it looks like possible situation has quickly been resolved. Jump right back into the mix here again, and it almost puts you in this position where Optic are suddenly just kind of completely slingshotted back into this map, saying we kind of do the exact same thing that Atlanta just did to us if we want to have a chance.
And the good thing for them is that they're also one of the top teams that we have in the attacking side, and they get it done through the slang. So just watch Atlanta FaZe do to you. Can you mimic exactly what they just did?
You watch your dancing
Abizi
movies.
with the first blood on to Kenny, already taking bottom blue control. Optic have full B side.
Assault on elevator alley here from Texas. Couple of long-range shots do land, though, so Optic get to stall the clock at a minute 12.
Mommy will be home
focus
soon.
over towards B. Help is on the way. Dashi able to be the last one, still over, holding on to this contest time. Draza steps in, but does get traded out. 2 for 1 goes the exchange, but Simp is again playing this from the backside of the map, finding eliminations and making sure Optic cannot stack.
And that's already the first segment complete, but Draza does take down Kenny off that positioning. So now the rest of Optic coming off spawn. Have to try to pause this game clock. Next person up is going to be Dashi. He's already in towards B. He finds the first big stun to slow down Simp because he was trying to go for that trade, and now Optic are maintaining map control. Exactly what you need to do.
Fred getting a second through mid-map is huge. Dashi with a little bit more cushion to kind of play his life over towards B, while Optic are simultaneously making a little bit of work. On the A side, and how about Fred? He gets 7 in a row, eventually taken out by an explosion, but it doesn't make much of a difference because Optic are still capturing on both zones.
They're still capturing B, and they have a player on A. All of Atlanta FaZe stuck in the back of their base. B is now done and dusted. We're halfway to completing this second segment at A as well. 2 dead in the feed. We ask for a response, and Optic aren't giving it. 1 segment left until they take this attack.
Did not see this map going this way, but boy, are we here for it.
Got Domino's rewards points? Now you can redeem them for so much more. You might even have free food already waiting for you.
Wow. You are not going to see a better set of back-to-back offensive rounds, and wouldn't you know it, we're getting it on the land between 2 of our top squads.
2 of the best attacking teams that we have on this map, and they show it in back-to-back rounds. All segments complete, so they're all squared up at 6. But that's a great response right there from Optic to put the momentum back on their side. Crucial plays coming in from Pred. He earns himself a cruise missile, sitting at 11-6 so far.
Draza, keep in mind, also earned one of his own, so we've got equal cruises earned on both sides. Are we going to see any defense? That's the real question here. Different opening route for Atlanta. Not opting to go through underground this time. It's all through elevator alley. First shot's good from Pred. Shotzi, I believe, has been seen top propane, but no one for FaZe could do anything about it yet.
They can't get out. They can't find any kills. Last flare up is going to be Draza. He's sniffed out. Great read right there by Dashy. Now you're forced to hit the reset button. Everyone has to work their way out through the right side. Blue is that positioning right now from Optic Texas. You have elevator side.
Shotzi trying to get forward, does get pushed aside, so Atlanta not in the spawn trap as of yet, but the clock continues to fade away. 50 seconds to go. Couple of kills keep Atlanta tight in the lives, but again, not a lot of progress to be spoken of when it comes to either of these 2 zones. Route here from Simp, though, does get over towards A, so clock stops at 41 seconds, and FaZe will have a chance to kind of, again, do what Optic did, get players on both zones.
Oh, and they find 3 kills in the feed. Last player up is going to be Draza. You have to hop off that point. You have to help your teammates get out of the base, and with only 30 seconds left, they're trying to commit towards both points. They find the initial 2 fights, but now it's Pred's turn. He takes one down from the top, and now it's only him. Everyone else from his team are going to be all spawn, but he's not slowing down. He's unbelievable, 15-8. He continues to fry.
And the last 2 members for FaZe were seen on this crossover towards B. Shotzi jumps into contest, but can't lock the shots down on towards Simp. Pred also not in a position to follow up to confirm the kill off the damage. So B gets the first tick of progress done. Draza, a little bit of assistance from Simp, also wins mid-map, and again, here come FaZe with the stack. Second tick in, third one looking likely as well.
Yeah, now Optic are forced to give up that B point. Actually, Pred is going to invest that cruise missile. All the trophy's going to be down. They already captured it. Can he find a kill? Yes, he does. It's a big kill for at least to allow his teammates to get out of the base, and that leads to them finding 3 kills. Just have to locate where Draza is as he's trying to play his life until his teammates get out.
Completely squanders the ability to transition, though, if you're FaZe. Refighting is back out of spawn. Shotzi cleans things up, finally, with the remaining FaZe offensive players towards the B zone. Same foot. Dashy, other side of the map, getting forward. So now you've got Optic looking into the spawn windows of Atlanta.
This is perfect. You're past that 50-yard line. Can you hold them for a long time, though? Dashy drops across the map. You do get that close spawn towards the back end, but Shotzi, even with the AR, he makes it look easy. 45 seconds remaining on the game clock. Unfortunate team hit again by Dashy onto Pred, but they're still holding strong. Atlanta FaZe only have 1 person on it.
And this could also come down to lives. We've got a 10 playing up against 9, but Simp's double, again, continues to allow Atlanta now push a little bit further forward towards the defensive spot. Simp, mantles over the top of the windows. Pistol in hand, gets to 4 in a row. Still on the zone is Cell. First tick of progress going to get locked, and Optic have to take the scenic route, and it's not very good to look at. 8 plays 4. Second tick of progress looking good, but Pred clears his own clock now, looking to tick again.
Oh, Pred was the only guy out. He takes him off of that point, and it eventually leads to the rest of Optic having the ability to get out of their base, but now they have no more respawns. It has to be picture perfect, but all the kills in the feed are going to Atlanta FaZe. It all comes down to Dashy. 1v4, he gets taken down. Wow. And Atlanta FaZe don't get it done in the segments. They complete 5, but they take another attack.
And a big decision there for FaZe to not necessarily just stack on towards A. Let's keep Optic spawning so far away that their only choice is to have to re-wrap this through the B zone. Beautiful split-second decision from FaZe allows this to stay all offense. I mean, based on how these 2 teams played it the last time, it's kind of how we've generally seen this map go. I didn't have on my bingo card 3 straight attacking rounds going the way of either of these 2 teams.
No, I definitely didn't have it either. But now it needs to be 4 if you want to try to force that round number 5. If Optic Texas complete all segments, they will have defense just in case, but they have to win this attacking first. Sim starts it off. Great B-side control. Making sure no one's going to be able to sneak up. As you see the route from Pred, he's slowly working his way up that A side, and Shotzi with the beamer.
Yeah, good shots from Shotzi. Keeps FaZe focused on this B zone, and now Pred can make his move. Only able to take down one, but could sneak over towards the defensive windows again. So clock stalls at a minute 8. Optic reinforcing. The only real play here for FaZe is try to hit this from the backside. It's kind of a 2v2 on different fronts.
And they're just trying to keep him trapped. See Pred, he's being such a nuisance, not trying to let anyone out. Takes down a Beezy. Now it's time to jump into the spawn. What else can you get done? Not taking down Celium. It's not going to help, but Dashy is going to be there for the trade. Second segment already complete.
Now the focus has to go back over towards Simp. He's over on the offensive side, eventually traded by Kenny. Look at the life count, 21 playing 23. We've got 60 seconds on the clock. But for Optic, you've got to find a way to finish off this B zone, extend the round, and hopefully still see around 5. Otherwise, FaZe take a crucial map winner. Over towards B we look, and as Shotzi was trying to get on, he gets taken out of the picture, and FaZe start to dominate in the kill feed.
That's already 3 dead, so now Optic forced to hit the reset button. Fred does take down Draza. He's the only man out, but how much longer can they be held in the back of the spawn? It's only 35 seconds left. You need 1 segment over towards B, but Celium in the perfect positioning earns himself a cruise missile. Only 30 seconds left. Optic have to get a move on it.
Dashy tries to move over towards the 8 barrels, pushed off by Celium now on 7 in a row. Shotzi, good damage comes through for a double, and that will be enough for Optic to actually take those kills, rotate back towards B. 2 members on. That'll be good for the extra 60 seconds, and keep your eye on Shotzi. He's making a round happen. Celium calling it the cruise missile should scout this out. Just comes down to can they survive through the cruise.
Time is now extended. Shotzi does fall. It leads to Simp and the BZ finding 2, make it all 4 dead in the feed. The cruise missile doesn't get anything, but it gains the information to allow the teammates to push out. Now Optic only have a minute. Down by 4 lives. Have to work their way out of the base.
Have to find something clean as well. Only 10 lives remaining is not what you'd like to fully capture an A zone. Shotzi just reading intel on every single member of FaZe through the back. Gets a lot of Simp, but not enough of them as a BZ on the other side of the map takes down 2 Optic offensive players. Not looking good here for Texas. They need something that need it quick.
Yeah, this is not good, man. Shotzi's just trying to wait for his teammates to find a couple kills, but they have not been able to find any. Only 5 lives, make it 4 remaining. This might be it if Optic Texas don't make it happen.
Kenny and Shotzi do extend an opportunity, but it's a 10v3. Not looking good here. It's been all offense at this point, but FaZe defensively have stepped up when it matters most. Shotzi on the zone. Here comes the final cruise out of Draza. That will land, and the whole map explodes. 8v1. Pred last one left alive, and here comes the flood from FaZe. It's from all fronts at the same time, and Atlanta clean things up. A 3-1 tally here.
If you really listen, your present circumstance vanishes, and then you are free.
Hold on. It's only a jump.
Gives them the edge of the series.
Was such a back and forth control between both of these teams, but I said it before the map started. It simply came down to the slaying. It was an instant response from both squads tied up at 1. But then Atlanta FaZe making the adjustments the second half, gaining all the kills, not winning that round by the segments complete. And then when they go into a defense, it's just every time they needed to get a 4 dead, every time Optic got a 4 dead, a cruise missile was invested. Exactly. You were able to reposition them. You allowed Atlanta FaZe to work out of the spawn, and they just simply outslayed Optic Texas right there, and that leads to the W.
And you can really see the difference, I think, in particular when you focus on the 2 ARs from both sides. Yeah. 15 to 22 from Kenny. Yeah, lots of damage, good assists. Dashy, 12 and 19, but you look down to Cell, 21 and 13. He gets himself that late cruise, like you mentioned, and of course, Draza almost did the exact same thing through the first 3 rounds. So, FaZe really dominating in the long-range battles there, definitely a key.
And now if you are Atlanta FaZe, you're up 2-1. You do exactly what you need to do as Team B. When you're choosing Team B in these series, you're giving up that first hard point. You say you can go out there and play whatever the hell you want as map number 1. But the middle maps, the next 2, 3, and 4 are all picks from Atlanta FaZe. And the next one that we have on our hands is a map that they recently just beat them on Invasion, 250 to 235. It wasn't easy, but they got it done.
Yep. And I think the big thing about it is we're going to be able to see this kind of almost an immediate rebuttal towards what we had in map number 1, where, again, Optic need to find a way to get these R's to control the tempo, control the pace, find ways to win good rotational wins, because otherwise we know what we're going to expect out of Celian. His engagements per map are not necessarily the highest, but he's winning almost every single one of them, it feels like.
He always puts himself in a great position.
Absolutely.
Like, he's the guy early off the rotation, holding the Godhead glitch to make sure he's putting his team in a position to succeed, and that's always the player he has been. Obviously, in this title, he's not going to have a lot of engagements. You have now Draza added to the lineup, who's also one of those slayers who can take over the game. So all you have to do, Celium, is make sure you hold down the better side for us.
You make it sound so simple, Jay.
It's a good game.
It's a good game. And now I'll say it. I mean, Optic, they really need something from Shotzzy here.
Yeah.
He looked really good versus Miami. We kind of had this moment throughout the online phase, especially in the last couple of matches. It was like, where is the Shotzzy that we're used to seeing? He could be the one guy that Optic needs to pop off here and just completely dominate, stop Simp and VZ from going rampant, and hopefully, again, allow easier battles versus Celian.
And these teams have so much history, so we have so much to look at when we look at this matchup. And every single time that Optic Texas usually walk away with a W, it's on the back of Shotzzy. He drops a 1.2 every single time. Not having the best start to this series, but it's still not over. You can be the game changer in this map number 4. You just have to think about the things that they made that cost them last year. We're talking about a 250 to 235 scoreline. They had one hill, the second rotation at Palace, where they were the team early off the rotation, but you let one player from Atlanta face sneak on by, and everyone starts to focus him. So they only were able to walk away with, which usually a full 60, 20 points there. And then as you rotate over towards the second half, it was that fact that Atlanta FaZe were able to breach that 190-point mark at that bathroom hill, set up properly around that tree house, and not even put themselves in a position to play for Palace. They closed it out at tree. So they have that clutch in them. But if we saw map number 1, Optic will keep it in mixing. You have to do it here in map 4.
And that's the really impressive thing about Optic is, statistically speaking, they rank some of the highest overall in the league when it comes to how they hold and how they break, which is surprising because their average margin per map is still good, but their record's only 8-4. It just comes down to when they win, they usually win by a lot. When they lose, they also kind of similarly so often lose by quite a bit. We're on the other side for FaZe. You mentioned it in map number 1. Their ability to win in 30-point margin games has been perfect to this point. That has been where I think Atlanta FaZe really stands out, is their clutch ability on hardpoint maps.
And that has to be
All right. Okay, I'll get it. Here's your chair, baby. You're not stuck. I've been waiting for it. I hate playing Call of Duty by myself. So I've just been watching the Call of Duty League, waiting for someone to get on. You know what? I should start doing that because I really want to start getting into zombies and trying to get that skin because that skin looks pretty nice. That skeleton, what is it, bone collector? Something like that? You farted? What? What the fuck? My daughter just said, I farted. She's 2. Hey, you didn't shit yourself, did you? No, come here. Let me check. Every time she says I farted. Come here. Okay, maybe you did just fart. She doesn't have food. Want me to grab your phone for you? Okay. Hopefully we get it done. If y'all are on around 10 when I get back on, I will join back up.
Check your gear and weapons. We'll be deploying shortly.
Huh? Alright, well, fuck it. I'll be back on at 10 and I'll force myself to be quiet tonight. I ain't got no kids. The only person I gotta be quiet for is my wife.
Enemy soldier incoming.
I did that over Valentine's Day. I got all my love sauce out. Man, she even woke me up the next morning. I was like, God dang! Oh, this thing needs a break.
All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
Hey, we're already worked already
in
through
3
it.
mics. Relay those coordinates. Things all here.
Yep.
Word came down. We are green to go. So
17
gear up,
weeks
grab your
after
shoots. We're
Valentine's
going
Day.
to the war zone. Rules of engagement are simple. Weapons free on all threats.
Oh my God. Nope.
Let's roll.
That motherfucker has a mind of its own, player.
Battle Royale.
He said, oh, it's nice and warm in here.
Unask yourself to the safe zone.
That's funny. But yeah, we that's true. But yeah, we're having a girl hot. She's 17 weeks pregnant. She's almost halfway there, and we've actually decided on a name. We've decided on Peyton. Thank you. Yeah, he's I think he's like his wife's like 2 weeks further along than my wife. I was like, damn, so we was getting it in about the same time.
Gas is moving.
Yeah. And this is I have a boy and a girl now, so I technically have this will be my third girl, but 2 of them are my stepdaughters.
Secure them to the uplink station marked on your TAC map for decryption before it's too late.
I'm a brother. Oh, I'm... Bye-bye.
Connection established. I want you to secure that area until the upload completes. Upload secure. Future gas spread coordinates are marked on your TAC map.
on flyover!
I got you. Hold on. I got you. I'm gonna go get him. Oh, well here, you come here then. I'm waiting for you. You don't have to listen to the country though. Oh, I thought that was the name, not him, Bill. Yeah.
Squad mate found intel on the location of the next gas spread. Headed to the designated uplink station for decryption. Hurry. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone. Contract failed. You lost the objective.
Well, you are the dumbasses that put it in the gas. Fucking retards. Should I snipe again tonight, y'all? Alright, let's go. This is what I would use. I'm using that one right here.
Weapon here.
Joe called that Big Dick Johnson right there. It was in the gas. They put it in the gas. Yep. Yep. That's why I said that. I was like, y'all are the dumbasses to put that in.
Got gas moving in.
Let's go find this fucker.
Moving.
Let's go find this fucker. Let's get his ass. Oh, wait. Alright. We ain't worried about him. We're in a UAV though. That's what that red box means, by the way. Oh, that's. How we gonna cross this? He's across. Ain't he across the bridge? How we gonna get to him? Oh shit! There's the bridge. See, this is why I don't get paid the big bucks. I can't see. I'm legally blind. We're on that ass. Oh. Yeah, I see him. Yeah, they can't hear me. I'm on a chat man for like 10 more days. Yeah, there's like 4 people here. No, there's a bunch of people on my ass. I started some shit and couldn't finish.
Primary objective complete.
That's not the guy on my cheeks, though. There's a hole.
Secure the supply boxes. Locations are marked on your attack map.
Uh-oh.
Too close.
Oh, my fucking daughter in the background. My bad. Hey, come over there.
Marking a new safe zone.
She's over there. My bad, my bad. Oh. She was all up on me. I had to push her back.
Training camp. It's the gulag, and you're gonna have to fight to earn redeployment.
Damn. I didn't know that was my daughter. Who was coming. Sorry. Get a headshot.
Gave it a solid try. Time to head back to base. Gas is closing in.
Enough, Rory. Aurora.
Contract
Watch your
failed.
phone.
The objective's been lost.
You don't have to fucking beat everything. No, you good. I just didn't know that was my daughter. Damn, your cheeks, man. Stop. Be a good girl. Be a bad girl. What? I gotta get you a new one, okay? Mommy's gonna buy you a new one, okay? Yeah, I'll make sure Mommy buys you a new one. Good. Eat. Yeah, Elsa dirty. Need to take a bath, yeah. Ew.
Friendly buy station deployed.
Man, my mom is weird. Why is she posting on Snapchat?
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. Deployable buy stations ready.
That? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what it is. I've been trying to figure out the same thing. I am... Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Scratch that.
No, but I did kill somebody who had it before.
Enemy hostile located.
And that shit is disgusting. Good lord. You baba, they did. Yeah, you done. Giving a big old skibbity fat. I landed a little short. I was getting shot at. My fault. I'm head DL.
You're losing ground. Move it.
All I got is ammo. I can't shoot nobody with ammo.
Move to the safe zone.
I ain't got no gun. Oh. Well, I'm not going that way. I heard shooting. That's a bad joke. And they call that smoke. fucking. So do you grab a cut? So. Okay.
Tossing smoke grenade!
Bro, y'all showed up at the perfect fucking time, bro. Alright, coming.
Throw a grenade!
You got a loadout drop inbound.
We're over there now. Oh, wait, what?
Only 25 remain.
That dude might. I am. Be careful, that dude has a beam. I'm coming. Oh!
Tactical out. I got you.
That dude has a fucking beam. Yep. Oh!
Need medical! I'm hit!
Oh! They're watching it. He's right above you, Hot.
Taking effective fire!
25 remained.
Hey, I was about to say, put you back on the ladder.
Opportunity to do better.
Don't worry, we'll make it.
That's fucking hilarious. I hate when it puts you back on the fucking ladder. Like, why? They can go ahead and take my spot. I'm gonna hop off anyway because I'm getting ready to hop off and watch this show. So they can go ahead and take my spot. That way, Yeah. I'll be back on around 10, and then if y'all are still on, I'll hit y'all up. Yeah, I'll be back here in about 2 hours. All right. Yeah. Yep. No. All right. Let's see. All right. Pull up. What? Oh, man. Yeah. 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 It's the food. What? We gotta wait for them, mommy, to bring home food for them. They don't got no food. They had all their food. Okay. Fuck. He's a doggy. Did you go get the pull up? Go get your pull up, baby. Come on. Okay. Right here. You got it. With bunnies in it. You. Me. More. Which one? A war rock. What? Lay down. Yeah.
Hardpoint. Secure the target area.
We want to flip it. Yeah. No, we want to keep this one.
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the enemy inside the perimeter.
That was not a teammate. Fucking.
Enemies inside the perimeter. We've taken the lead. Relocating. Stand by. Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area. Enemies inside the perimeter. Lost the lead.
Worry, relax, baby girl.
Confirming next. Stand by.
One's already on by white man, and then one's in the garage. This dude might be cheating.
stand by. Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. Enemies inside the perimeter. Target area updated. Point compromised. Secure the area. Enemies inside the perimeter.
Right side by bridge.
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. Hardpoint relocating. Stand by. Perimeter. Hardpoint relocating. Secure the target area.
Backside.
Compromised. Secure the area. Stand by. Target area up. Enemies inside the perimeter. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. Hardpoint relocating. Stand by.
One's white van, one and then one garage.
Hardpoint relocating. Secure the target area. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
Trash can. Getting nothing but headshots. That's all of them have.
updated. Move to the hard point. We've secured the lead.
Right.
Friendly cruise missile approaching target. The enemy's taking the lead. Hardpoint relocated. Stand. We've taken the lead. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. We've lost the lead. Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area. We've secured the lead. Enemies inside the perimeter. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint.
What? Alright, I'll give you a second. Alright, well, go get it from her.
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area. Secure the area. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
Going down 2 escalators. That's crazy.
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint. Moving here. Taking the lead. Hardpoint compromised. Secure.
Garage. Come on.
Enemies inside the perimeter. Taking the lead. The mission's complete. Good work.
Trouble. Want more? Get up there so she doesn't. Alrighty, stream. I will be back on about 10 o'clock. I will see y'all then. As always, love you.